everybody. It's a pleasure here at the Texas Backgammon Championships. Bill Riles is finishing up his opening announcements for the day as we start off here at 11 a.m. with the next round of the main event. All right, let's try that again. Forgot about the on button on the microphone. Nick Blazier here at the Texas Backgammon Championships. Starting it off here at 11 a.m. Bill Riles is wrapping up his announcements for the day as we get started back with the main event. We've got 4 different streams here, so you can go search AP Live Backgammon on YouTube to find the other streams, I believe, as well. 4 of them for the Texas Backgammon Championships, and of course, I'll be here doing commentary and others as well on the main stream on Backgammon Galaxy here. Volume is very low. Okay, well, it was off before. Hopefully this is better now. But yeah, we're going to have Steve Sachs and Roberto Litzenberger playing each other in the second round here. After the first round in rebuys, we've done the bracket and draw, and that's the pairing we get to watch. They're 2 of the players with the most experience on BMAB, too. So you can go look on the BMAB website and learn about them. Always appreciate when people submit so much information to that website and everything BMAB does to kind of organize results and give us an idea of like the technical proficiency of players. They're a really cool organization. But yeah, it should be a sharp match. I think right now, BMAB tracks the last 300 experience points PR ratings. I just looked it up, and I think Roberto's around a 4.6. Steve Sachs at a 3.6. Steve always in the, mid 3s kind of range, and Roberto's been chasing after that Grandmaster official title on BMAB for a long time now. Always very close to getting it. So it should be a really entertaining match with some really, really sharp play. I'm excited for it.
Eric Peterson. Eric.
Oh, someone's sitting in a makeup chair? I like it. Broadcasting schedule will just be live for most of the day. I mean, there'll be a dinner break at some point. But the thing is, all the tournament play here doesn't have a super hard schedule exactly. It kind of like when they finish up these matches, there'll be other matches that need to be played, and we'll bring them into the stream. At some point, I'll have to go play a Masters event and some doubles and things like that, and so other people will be on commentary. When people are done with their matches, I'm sure they'll join me to help out on commentary too. I think yesterday you might have noticed that the room filled up as the day went on. Howdy, partner. I can't do the Wilson voice. I lived in Austin for 15 years, and I don't think I can do as good of a Texas accent as Wilson can.
That's starting 11:45. So 8 novices. See Jeff. Intermediate started 11.
Oh yeah, I missed the yeehaws in the chat too. Oh, I hear Rory. Oh, he's playing in the back there. We'll be sure to shout things back at him during his match. My coffee club here is growing. We made 4 cups this morning. It's exciting stuff. Do I know when I play Jonah? No, I think what it's going to depend quite a bit is how he does in the main when he frees up. Really, as long as we play at some point today, I think everyone's going to be happy. But like I said, it kind of works that the main event is the focus. Those matches all have to be done by certain times typically. And the side events, you just finish as you go. We're in the group of 8 right now. So whichever one of us wins will have 2 more matches this weekend. So it feels pretty important that we get that done. And maybe even it would be nice to play another match today. So it's just the finals tomorrow, but we'll see. Oh, best food options in Austin. I can help with that. I haven't been there in a couple years, so I don't know what's closed since the pandemic and everything like that. But I'm also kind of a health food person, so I really like Picnic. I was there, I don't know, every day. I think everyone knew me there. I like Loro a lot. So the secret about Loro, it's like an Asian fusion restaurant. but they would get barbecue from the famous Franklin's. And if you know Franklin's, that's the place to go for barbecue in Austin for sure. But it's very difficult. They sell out quick. You used to have to wait in line forever to get in there. But you could go to Loro and get some like spiced up barbecue there. They get their brisket or ribs every now and then. And I don't know. It was like a sneaky way to get to have Austin barbecue.
Okay.
I was eating that La Barbecue quite a bit too. Very good.
Scotty K, Eric Peterson.
Of course, if you're a sushi person too, there's Uchi and Uchiko there. Very nice.
When we say rounds are starting at 11,
What are the good barbecue joints in San Antonio, Bob? I don't know where to go here.
that means 11.
I pointed Rory to Lockhart. I think that's the real place to go for barbecue, honestly. Just south of Austin. Do tournaments have a different feel to them? Yeah, I mean, it definitely, especially in the U.S., and it depends entirely on who's running them, things like that. So, like a lot of the international ARTA run tournaments, they have a very specific schedule. Matches start at a certain time, and he's trying to organize that, and not a lot of flexibility. I think they tend to be a little more loose here in the U.S., but the formats can be quite a bit different. All kinds of things like that. It's going to depend on your opponent, all sorts of things like that. Oh, we got Roberto. He's gonna do
nonstop. I can never talk to this guy.
He's gonna do commentary on his own match.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Sweet.
I'm gonna be running back and forth. See if I have time.
Can you guys please play right here, just on the microphone? He's been in the booth. Yeah, I can't believe we haven't said hi yet, man. Great to see you.
Yeah, you were like saw you for a second.
Yeah. I caught you out of the corner of my eye too.
Cool. But when you have when you're off camera after, talk to me for a second.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Someone up.
Cool. Okay.
But yeah, excited.
Awesome.
Good. But you played the Masters, but not the main tournament.
Yeah. I'm playing the Masters. I got to play Jonah probably sometime today. Yeah, I think that better happen again, right? Because there's 2 more matches afterward, and I'm playing doubles with Ira Hess, and that's what I'm getting.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys already played some double rounds?
No, 0 rounds.
Okay.
I have no idea when all that happens, but we were just talking about scheduling and how loose it is and organized. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really relaxed and loose.
Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, we had a doubles round yesterday with we played against Saba and Petka.
Oh, nice.
What a team, you know.
You got to win that?
We won.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
It was a long 5-point match. we were both down to like under a minute, and we use those ZFH clocks that like when it gets under a minute, it's like deer in the headlights. It's going down by tenths of a second. You know, so it's kind of fun.
Oh, it sounds amazing. I wish I would have watched that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll catch up with you.
Right on.
If you like good coffee, I make that too. I don't know.
I
what
would
this
like
is,
to get good coffee.
I'll help you out. Cool. Good to see you, Roberto.
Jack Cohen. There's Rebecca. It looks like Rebecca. Keep your head up, Jack.
Is he wearing a Ray shirt? That's Berto's style. I don't think he's borrowing that from Ray. Smoke Shake? Is that Smoke Shack? Smoke Shake? Rudy's is not bad. We got Rudy's in Austin. Yeah. Relatively, it's kind of bad. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to dump on anything. Oh, I did see the county line here. I think we had one of those in Austin too. They had a good beef rib. If Bob here is in San Antonio, I don't know why he's not at the... You could be sitting behind here, next to George. San Antonio's got a club, I think, too. I don't know if they're still playing together. I know they had a smaller one, and then Austin's not far away. They play. Alamo on Grayson. I haven't heard of that one.
Pretty man.
Wonder what sort of business I have to discuss with Roberto. He's one of the few U.S. guys that I see out at a lot of the international tournaments. So I've done a lot of traveling with him and such and gotten to know him. North Carolina now. Okay, that's why. I get it. I'm in Madison myself now. But I'm gonna go spend 2 days in Austin after the tournament here, leaving sometime Sunday afternoon and flying back to Madison on Tuesday. It'll be exciting. I haven't seen anyone in Austin since I moved there a couple of years ago, so excited to be back for a little bit. how do we organize hotels? I think everyone's got their own individual deals. Most of it's being able to reserve enough, like a block of hotel rooms to make sure we have people that can stay here. I don't know if we get huge deals and discounts on the rooms, but usually you can find people to share like room costs with you or something like that and split them. That's what most people end up doing. That's whenever I go international, though, I feel like Airbnb is a little weaker here in the US for some reason. I don't know why that is, but I always get Airbnbs when I go anywhere else. Way cheaper that way. Get to do laundry. We're asking about meditation preparation and stuff. I sure do. It's not backgammon specific. I do all this stuff at home every day, kind of, but I like to do Wim Hof breathing every morning to start the day. I have a little yoga routine to kind of get my body moving. And especially at yoga or at backgammon tournaments, I feel like that's all important to keep me feeling like myself and kind of get started mentally for the day. So, yeah, it's big. I think, I don't know. It's not really backgammon specific. It's just what do you need to do to do your best in general or something. I don't know. Yeah. Sparring partner. I never got into boxing or jiu-jitsu, but Wilson and Mark are doing a lot of that. I've heard from friends in Austin and all over the place that I need to do that someday. I've been a CrossFit nut for a long time, but the jiu-jitsu is probably coming someday. I like the idea of like wrestling way better than getting punched. So I know Mochi does some sort of like relaxation too. I don't know exactly what kind of meditation he's doing. Yeah, I think it's really easy though, like thinking this hard and being under stress to just kind of get out of your rhythm mentally, and like people have some trouble sleeping and things like that afterward. You're just kind of all wired up with adrenaline, and it's hard to turn that off and stop thinking about backgammon and get the sleep that you need. And of course, you're excited to play your best once the match comes up. So, yeah, it can be tricky. You got to have some sort of strategy to keep coming back calm and play your best every day. I think a lot of people that come out to these tournaments don't really think about that at all, and maybe it hurts them, but I mean, I don't know. It's not like everyone coming to backgammon tournaments is that competitive about it, but it's just something that I think about. Gary, side action in the lobby and stuff. And that depends a lot. I never get involved because the tournament's enough for me. I mean, I'm still consider myself a relatively new player. So all the time that I've been traveling to these tournaments, I felt like that too. And it's a lot of mental energy to try to figure out what I'm doing. So I don't feel like I have bandwidth for Shuets. There's usually something going on, but they tend to be pretty like small stakes. I think the exception would be sometimes like people that know each other get together that aren't in the same city and might play something really high, but like usually those are people that have some sort of relationship in play when they see each other otherwise anyway, and just happen to be at the tournament together doing something like that. I think Monte Carlo tends to be most like that. It's too bad there isn't more just kind of random action going on. In Minnesota, I feel like they're good at getting that going, or they have been in the past. In Bastrop called the Painted Porch. It's a Stoicism bookshop? Okay. Well, I'll have to actually try to remember that. That sounds awesome. I don't know if I know exactly what people mean when they talk about Stoicism, but I've heard that word has come up a number of times.
There's Kevin Paul.
Did I get serious through the Backgammon Learning Center program? Yeah, pretty early on. I saw that Phil gives lessons. I think there was a USBGF thing where you could, if you were a member, he would play a 5-point match with you online and give you feedback. And I kind of learned about his lessons and things that way. And when I got into backgammon, I'd play a lot of games and gotten pretty decent at them, and had decided that backgammon would be a fun one to get into because the competitive pool is a little larger, more established, and there was like, you'd actually have to study, and there's a lot of information to study from out there. So when I found out you could get lessons, that just made kind of perfect sense for me to do that. And I think that's a great way for people to get started too. The BLC particularly is really good at breaking the game down into very specific sections and making you feel like you know what's going on in some aspect of the game. I mean, there's so many things to think about in backgammon that it's very nice to figure out early on how to manage racing situations at least, and then how to manage a holding game well, you know, have references for that. So as I studied, it was nice. I think that's a strange thing to run into tournaments now, is like in a player earlier on like myself might have memorized a lot of things like second roll positions and then just be completely lost in the middle game. I think the tendency for good players around is sort of the opposite, to have like a very good concept of how the game works, but they haven't bothered to memorize some of those more difficult things. So yeah, that was what I had for a while. Stoicism is about a pause between a situation and your response. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I do. I never called it stoicism though. Cool. Oh, can I tell a secret about when the update of the Galaxy website might come? I could, but I'd be making it up. We'll say 2 months. You heard it here first. When is 2 months? April? Was I an intermediate when I started lessons? Yeah, for sure. Also, I left the intermediate division and started playing open pretty early, before I like had a competitive chance in it, just because I was like trying to take pictures of positions and record matches and things, and in the intermediate division, like I feel like I got funny looks a lot of times and like, what is this guy doing? I don't know. I just wanted to study the game kind of, and didn't feel so comfortable doing it at that level. And I share that with people a lot, that I don't think the Open's just like you have to play a certain PR to be in it in the US or anything like that. I think it's more about what experience and kind of matches you want, and I find it to be a lot more enjoyable. And the buy-ins aren't like that different. Of course, it's higher, but they're oddly comparable, where a lot of people have the incentive to continue playing intermediate for a long time because they think they have better equity there or something, but I don't know. Maybe I'm still an intermediate. Maybe I was open level when I started and then I became an intermediate.
I'm at a disadvantage here with only 10 checkers.
I know.
Released during the World Championship? That would make a lot of sense. And they do tend to be pretty marketing minded. Wow. I love the Jeffrey Parker boards, but after watching people play on the Void boards all weekend, it looks so tall. But here we go. We got Steve Sachs opening with the 6-5 on top. Roberto playing the brown checkers on bottom. Oh, I hear a Carter voice in background too.
What do they call that in my chouette? Bar hop.
So, okay, do I need to do running count again? Brown 13. Round 4. And it's reasonable to think about this. A hit could be a marking loser pretty easily, but no points and still a bar point to clear. Plenty of game left for Steve. Brown 11 after this. I think we're just playing simple. I don't see why not 13-8. Of course, 6-4 feels nicest distribution for the race, but I'm sure he's thinking about, do I want to keep a spare on the midpoint for some reason, keep some flexibility. Either seems fine. Starting at point 2. Could have a board faster this way. Carter in the camera. I like that. Oh, I already lost it. I forgot. It was, maybe it was 11 and then 6. And so 11 now again. We're going to start with a very simple game. It's going to be hard for either player to make many mistakes in this unless Roberto here gets some challenging should I leave the anchor or not kind of play. But generally the checkers are just going to kind of play themselves. They're going to try to consolidate a race so you can roll a set first. No reason to risk the whole game with the shot before that. And they, as they get a lot of shakes in a row like this, it's kind of likely that one of them will roll some large set at some point to decide the game. Sort of counterintuitive thing that unlikely thing can eventually become very likely over time. Yeah, this is every year Bill Riles has this Texas Backgammon Championships board to play on. He's got a deal with Jeffrey Parker where the winner of the main event always gets a voucher for a Jeffrey Parker board. I feel like they're a very polarizing kind of board. Some people love to play on them, some hate them. Not many people just don't mind them. But I think they're gorgeous and just super fun. They're super luxurious too. Very expensive and difficult to afford on your own. I think if you want them to, they'll spend a few $100,000 building the board for you. Hard to find fancier, but there's nothing else like it. Really, the P40 was is kind of similar in a lot of ways with the metal checkers and things like that, but it's just a different feel with the leather and everything on this board, for sure. (6-4), yep. Yeah, that's the play, Berto. I'm not sure why you would want to think about coming off your anchor and leaving shots. I guess you have the 5-point board and your opponent doesn't. Kind of an opportunity, but I'm not sure he's ahead enough in the race. I think you just keep this simple and still might not have to leave a shot, much less a double shot. It is, maybe he thought about it there because it's relatively unlikely that Steve's going to have to break his 8 points before Roberto has to leave his 18. So the timing might suggest that it's not going to get better. And as I say that, Steve thought about breaking the 8 just to make the more pure board point, but I think it's important to keep for that double shot, so I like his play. Oh, I hear great things about the Gammoners too. I've never owned one, I've played on them. But yeah, that's a common favorite board. Very nice to play on. All just different styles, Cool to have lots of options. Four, 3, okay, here we are. I don't think we want to... Double Falcon is a double shot that we could go for. We could just run one, but I think here it's better to break the board. What is this? 66, 76, 80 to 80, 96. So he's ahead 16 after the roll is going to be 23. So he's way ahead, but I think you just got to hope for a set still. I think the board strength isn't going to help you when you get hit all that much. If we think about... If he leaves and gets hit, either Steve's going to have a 5-point board or not. He might have a shot, whatever. If there's a blot still on the 5-point for Roberto to shoot back at, I think his 5-point board's going to be enough to still win the game from there anyway. So I don't see enough gaming on this, but he goes for it, leaves the shot, is punished, and now he's going to need a 1-6 pretty much to save this game. Otherwise, I think Steve will be claiming. With only 5 pips outside, there aren't much for gammons here. But Steve thinks too good. Okay, that could be true. Could be that there's nothing that's going to regain his market, so might as well just take a roll and play on for the 5% gammons. All moves are tied with 4-3. Wow. So Roberto found a concept that I wasn't aware of then. That's very sharp. Felt like I would just wait and break the board, but of course you don't want to, and you get pulled off with 5s later. It could get worse with a 5-1, something like this. And he does still have the blot behind, so there's like a couple of reasons. Sharp play from Roberto then to find an opportunity to leave that anchor. Oh, the Takis are a common favorite one too. The nice wooden boards. There's like so many different variations of that now available too. Yeah, I think out with the 6 is less shots. And I think either way you pass, probably. So it's probably good to not spend too much time on this. 23 to 65. So he's only down 8 pips with a shot. So if he comes out... Okay, so if he comes out, he's at the point of last take in a pure ace, but the shot is enough. Yeah, I think it's a pass either way. It's gotten kind of close, though. He does roll the 1-6 too, though, of course, to make Steve uncomfortable with his play on. It's always nice when the board manufacturers are nice, too. What do you think, Reese? This looks like a pass to me. Whenever I see Steve, we end up talking about poker a whole bunch, too.
Dude, can we use your cups? For about
Do it over hands.
Yeah. Because
He gives up. He chats with Steve. Not sure what about. All right. I'm getting acclimated to the double wide Jeffrey Parker board. I've got long arms, so they play nice for me. I always feel bad for people that can't reach checkers across it, though. 438 pass. Okay. It was in the ballpark. If it was a pure race, I feel like it was right on the borderline. But then having the 3 shot, and you could still lose some gammons. Surprised it's that big. I guess effectively 2/3 of the time we have a take is what that means. So yeah, that should be pretty bad. Okay. Reasonable. You definitely need to claim, though. If you play on and miss, then he does have a take. Definitely regained his market. Always possible I miscounted the race, too. What is this? New clock? Cell phone? I don't know. He needed something. Oh, glasses? Alright, we're going to open up with a 2-1 slot for Steve. The 1-point lead. 4 is going to hit, and 5 is going to be down for distribution. All these... I feel like I raced through the early game concepts now. You guys ever wonder about that, let me know. Yep, we're going to fight for a good point here. Especially with 3 checkers back now. Steve's in attack mode. Definitely losing the race to start. Yeah, so this creates a 6-2 that hits and covers. So sometimes you don't want to come out to the bar there, but I don't think you want to... Yeah, actually coming down offensively to the bar, I would think about it. But splitting's probably fine. It's the game plan of just trying to make an acre and race. Why complicate it, end up with a 3rd blot back yourself. Yeah, this is tricky. I think this looks more like a priming position with only 8 checkers in the zone, so I like the 2-up play here. I think enter high and step up 2. If he rolls something that makes one of those points, now you're likely to land on one of those to anchor as well. 4's okay. Steve's just going to hit both. And commanding lead in this game, 1 more down to reinforce. And if he's missed... This is going to be over for Roberto already, I'm pretty sure. If not too good or something. And with only 9 in the zone, though, it could be a long game. I'm not sure. It's hard for me to see. Well, you can just do this. You can just find a way to not cover with the 6 and 5 and then get hit, and then you have a game again. So, I don't know. A lot of the top players I've noticed play on... take another role in these positions way more often than I do. I am just kind of happy to claim or maybe get a optimistic take once in a while. But I think you have to hit off the edge here. It's very important. Well, you can make the 5-point too. That's tricky. But having, I mean, the difference between 9 checkers in the zone and 3 back and 8 checkers in the zone and 4 back is just kind of huge. It's hard to get knocked out of the game when with this setup after the hit. So I like this a lot. Even though he's returning hits, I think he's happier with the position than if the 5 had covered that point, for example. Now he just anchors up later. Okay. And now no offensive points created yet for Roberto, but he has that anchor and a whole bunch of checkers back, and And, of course, a very large racing lead. So let's see if he can figure out how to start to build a path home. 6-3 would have been nice to run with, but Steve just blocked the 6 there. Frank Sinatra says that the USPGF has a nice piece on Steve Sachs. I bet they do. I bet they do have a lot of them. He's a good guy. It's fun to talk to. He's been in here on the commentary booth during the weekend, too. So hopefully you've gotten a chance to hear how he thinks. Yeah, what do we do with this 6-3? There's nothing good to do with it. So I prefer not to think about it. 6-3, does this reduce shots? I don't even know. Maybe you just hit 2, actually. I mean, there's the biggest upside on that. Okay, dancing 6s works pretty well. Still a long road for Berto. I think we can cover 2 points, or we could fight for the 5. Outboarded, this was my first instinct, but then I went back to game plan and kind of thought maybe I should just make the 10. Not sure how sad I am anyway if my opponent makes the 5, but I guess relatively low risk. Okay, 2 in the air. 5 back. We have an anchor. Our opponent still has a way better board. But 5 back is like 3 more checkers back than you. There's going to be some gammons here. It's a long game. It's hard to imagine how much changes on the next roll exactly, but could be a cube already. Wow. But he finds this 6-4, which does nothing. It's going to hit on the ace, for lack of a better option. Might as well move that blot there, and then the 6 can just come down and be another attacking checker. Wow, he's finding some real whiffs of rolls here, though. Yeah, hit 2 with 6-3. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's just the best you can do. You leave a lot more returns, actually, by bringing that blot down, I think. Okay, he comes in with the 3, and... Wow, 2 in the air, I think you can just come out. Let's go for mobility. I mean, hitting on the ace isn't really accomplishing anything. We did that last time because we had no other 4. It was sort of a defensive play. But we don't have a blot to shift around, so less need now. I'd rather just get that checker moving and keep the blots placed where they are. Yeah, I like this play. Three, 2. Any pointing on head number is good. This is pretty solid too, of course, though. Making the 5 point can never be a bad thing. But lots of game for Steve. I think if he can just come in on one of those second anchors, it's going to be very helpful. This will do it. Yeah, I think the 2 is going to step up. It doesn't look like he's going to have the time to sit on the back game here, so he's probably going to have to pick one of the anchors to leave sometime soon. But for now, it's a good step in the right direction. So Roberto has the safe play of 17-13, 7-5, but that's going to be really difficult to continue. So I want to at least look at just making the bar point. I'm not sure if gaining the 4 prime in front of those 2 anchors is enough to leave the double shot, so this seems quite reasonable. We'd be giving up outfield control entirely too. That's tough to do. And wow, it's hard to tell who's winning this game exactly and what they want to happen next. With 5 checkers back and in a priming scenario, I'm inclined to just run off the anchor and make sure I don't run out of timing. I think play B is going to be 13-2, and after you do that, you have no flexibility to play any awkward numbers that can't run from the back. So we have to go for it now. Of course, Steve would have been happy to hit loose with the 6 and go forward again from this position. Dodges that, but I think it's the best we can do against 9 attackers in the zone before things get worse. 5-3 is going to run to safety as well, I think. That's going to leave 7s, 8s, 10s, 11s. That leaves a lot of fly shots. So maybe cleaning up a blot could have some merit here. Or just coming up with some other play, but it sure does feel intuitive. At least a lot of the time he might have to break the 22 to come hit and be down an anchor, but he gets another checker in the zone. This is tricky. It just feels like there must be more shots when you stay on the double shot of the 2-1. 8 hits if it wants to. I didn't count to see if all 8s hit. I guess 5-3 did not. And so I think Roberto's also still improved his position with that play. Of course, much better if he comes in. But he's likely to at least get one of those plots to safety, even if he is hit with a fly shot somewhere. Steve picks up the second, and now he's getting back in command of this position. Might be creeping up on a cube soon with just 4 back. Coming in with 2 is pretty strong. I don't know if Steve has strong enough follow-ups now to be thinking about it. A fan would have been worth a cube, maybe. 5-4, I think we're going to hit off the edge to start. 7-3. And the 5 could come in for a cover, or we could start working on getting off the 21 point. Yeah, we're going to leave a double direct there anyway, so that's for sure. And then, yeah, I think the cover makes sense. We're sad when our opponent anchors and we can't use that checker, but... okay, and now I want to come out with 1 from the back, and I think the 1 is the 24 because it duplicates 2s to cover. Small tactical reason to do it there. It can be really difficult to decide between like strategy and tactics there with which to move. Keeps the checkers linked too. Maybe that helps in some iteration. Yeah, I think the ace is going to hit. And then I guess the 4 can come out now, play 22 to 18, since we can't get any better distribution with the 4 on the front side. Steve chooses to bring it in for some reason. I'm not sure. This will force him to break the 9 point if he chooses to hit. Okay, with 1 in the air, a shot, 3-point board. I'm thinking about the cube sum, but looks like Steve's just rolling. I think I see some market loss here. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's hard to bring this around. Maybe it turns into just 1 checker back too often. And... I mean, this feels passable for Roberto now. Risking having 2 in the air against a 4-point board is just going to be so many gammons. So when it works very well for Steve. Might even pass this quickly. So if we can get to such like what feels like a sizable pass on here, then I feel like we probably had enough. It wasn't like a spectacular sequence that Steve had exactly. Just a regular covering number, didn't hit a second checker. I guess covering's probably better than hitting, maybe. I don't know. Tricky. Could be too good, Frank Sinatra, but I can also imagine entering on the ace or the 3 and continuing from the 18 for Roberto, regaining the market if he has outfield control, for example. So I think we do want to... I would be inclined to claim this game while we have the obvious threats before anything goes wrong. It's nicest to play on too good when you can't regain your market, but sometimes that's not all there is to it. Sometimes there's just so many gammons that you have to try for it, even if you might lose. And Roberto takes it. Okay. Interested to... Huge pass. Was not a double before. Not too good. Okay. So Steve found the window perfectly. And Roberto with 4 checkers back, feeling optimistic. He sees that path where, especially if he's not hit, how he might just enter and get the 18-point blot moving. He's got some racing advantage. So I can see how you'd get tricked into this. I'm a great commentator without all the rollouts to look at. I like it better with the rollouts to look at, but I don't know. I'm curious about that. Do people like it better when I have XG analysis or not? I don't know. I love the XG feed. But yeah, 2-6. This looks like a clear way to play it. I'm not sure. Steve was maybe trying to figure out his best 6 afterward, but I mean, the hit has to be clear. Yeah. And Roberto has a decent board, but not enough to keep Steve from really going aggressive for the gammon here. So he's going to hit on the 3. A 3 is going to put some life in this game for Roberto, and if not, he's very likely to be closed out for a gammon and a 5-point lead. Make the 3, Justin says. Oh, is that an option versus hitting on the bar? I didn't notice that. I probably like the second checker. If it was there, I didn't even see it. It's a fun oversight. Yeah, I'm in my favorite t-shirt. Okay, we don't need the XG feed, people say, yeah. Yeah, actually, I mean, even when I'm doing the UBC matches, I don't love keeping an eye on the PR race for the points. I just like to see like confirmation of plays, and every now and then one pops up that I never would have considered, and I learn something while I'm doing commentary too. I don't know, there's a lot to like about that for me. Yeah, 2's hitting and then 6 in for the cover. I don't remember how he ended up with the checker on the deuce, but looks weird there. Okay, Roberto fighting back. It is fun when I have to ask the chat for, like, analysis on plays if I'm not sure. Okay, 6 around, I guess, since we can't get a new attacker or cover. I would like 16 to 10 to get it closer to being in the fight. I think that's more of a priority than getting the back checker moving. We're not in big risk of, if Roberto's to enter with a 3 or something like this and anchor up. I think we'd rather have that to safety and avoid being hit with a 4 or something like that, or on the bar. We're not so worried about being primed yet, but if he does enter, then it'll become a priority to get moving. So, like, maybe Roberto plays 13-12 for containment here, and now I think Steve's really looking at that back checker to get it moving. He cannot, so probably just play into the 6. Oh, we can make the ace. I didn't see that. Yeah, let's have a 5-point board. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's another option. Make the 10 and don't leave any fly shots. That could easily be best. I think I like that. I'm cleaning up the block. And then 5 to 1. He's just going to make the ace and not worry about the fly shots. That's reasonable as well. Definitely some reward if Roberto's to come off that anchor and hit. Making the bar point is nice for containment. Steve would really like to see a deuce or a 3 here to get going. No such luck. This is probably tactics should decide this, whether you want which numbers you want to be hit with. Did he? Okay. It was indifferent. 6-3. I mean, I think we have to break the bar point, or the midpoint, yeah. And then maybe 8-5 to stay out there for containment. I don't see a big reason to leave the 2-5 and 3-4. And we come down, then we just get on the 3-6, which is a number we were kind of covering otherwise, so I think it's the best you can do with this. And yeah, that's the way backgammon goes, Nigel. It's just like, you can be in clear pass positions pretty easily and suddenly be winning. I don't know. Make your best decisions, but the turnarounds are pretty wild and a lot to handle over the board, too. Some people handle them more gracefully than others. Yeah. People like the natural thought process over the trying to justify a play. I like to do both a little bit. I mean, I usually like to try to look at the position and figure out what I would do and what concepts I'm seeing, even when I have the XG feed. It's not hard to, like, not look at it and think about the position a little bit before I make my decision. Well, this is interesting. The checker's on the ace, which has it primed, which is where he wants it, but it still escapes easily with deuces and 3s. So I think just pointing, attacking seems fine. I don't know if there's enough rolls that will be happy that Steve has to play forward and crack. And I don't really see my play B anyway. I definitely can't run off the anchor, so 6-4 would have to be like 13-7, 6-2 or something like this. So 8-5 was a blunder. Really? You're supposed to leave it there. What are you supposed to play with the 3 then, Reese? Down seems... I mean, that's just like 6 new numbers. One of them that was you were getting a 3rd back on before. I mean, slotting, I guess, could be something. If he missed an opportunity to slot aggressive, that would make some sense to me, but I don't know, I'm not finding that. Against a 5-point board, that's pretty scary. 10-point. Well, that's what, I don't know. 5-3. Yeah, now that we have a 4-point board, we're kind of getting the last chance. We want to go for it. Okay. The anchor should still save us some gammons. A little too early to think about coming out with it, though that probably wins the most games. 2-1, great shot. Okay. Has Roberto turned this around to leading as well? 3 cubes in a long match. You still have to be a little more aggressive and slightly more conservative as the leader, even with 1 point. I don't think I'm adjusting too much here. Ooh, this is a nasty whiff. I guess we're going to switch 6-3, though. Why not? And if we get away with this, to look at the race quick, but that could be... Yeah, you have 3 checkers to be around. I think it's still a long road. If Roberto had a threat for closing out, you know, he could cube on that. But I don't think it's worth leaving it slotted since he can lose a lot of gammons and such and still just win a racing game. I don't know. It's not fun to bury 2 checkers, but I like the 6-3 switch here. What's with my t-shirt? It's my favorite t-shirt is what's with it. No bets involved. Yeah, I guess play B must be 8-2. Oh yeah, there's no difference there. So we can do this, and I think what he's hoping for now is that the thing is not all 2s even cover and close out. I feel like very unlikely this can be right. 2-1 does. 3-2 does not. Double 2s isn't going to work. 6-2 and 5-2 are good. 4-2 is not going to work. Oh, we got Bill here. What's up, Bill?
Oh, just
Oh, he's going to lift now. Okay.
trying to relax a little bit.
You got everything started.
Everybody
It's easy
kicks
now.
off.
Yeah.
Great first round matches for y'all to watch.
Yeah. Roberto and Steve has been fun so far. Now with 1 out, if the race is good, you can send it maybe. 39, 69, 74, 84 to 84 to 78, 84 to 84? I think it might be dead even. If that's the case on the bar, it can be a good time to send. Steve's going to take a picture. I believe he gets those developed at Walmart after every tournament weekend and goes and reviews them with paper and pencil afterward. This is tricky. There's a little bit of wastage, but being on the roof against a 5-point board, Gammon's aren't a concern. It's just very hard to win without good racing equity, but it could be still behind a prime. Roberto is still got to get 2 checkers home. If Steve enters, Roberto's got a lot of problems. So, man, it's tough to eat a 4 cube this early too. What are we doing with this? Or prioritizing containment or getting home? Both are kind of important. I like the 5 to the 12, and then I guess, I don't know, either way, maybe 15 to 13 just looks very nice. I guess we should be looking for sets and whether they're going to land in that gap. 5s could be a problem, but maybe we can just pre-clear. I don't know. Tough to think about that too much. Big take, Justin says. Okay. Good cube and huge take confirmed. I wouldn't like it, I'll tell you that much. I tend to err on that side too, though. Good find from Roberto. What about those 3s, though? I feel like the switch had to be better, but I didn't see anyone confirm that one. Five-two, could have taken a checker off, but he goes for the safe play with a decent racing lead now. I think that makes sense. Once again, almost no gammons here. 3-5 is probably best to just race, yeah. Not enough contact left. You could get back in it. The switch was better, but it's small. Okay, Justin. That's an interesting one. That's, I'm most fascinated when people, like, think about plays where I have just a clear choice. And I can't, like, it's hard for me to justify the other one. I see a lot of reasons not to make it. But they actually are close and kind of pick them. It's when it's most clear to me that there's something I've got to learn, you know? That's 2 of those good finds from Roberto. Well, I mean, even if they're like small errors, it's just, I think, sharp for him to be looking it over. 2% sounds large, though. Unless you mean 0.02. All right. 1-point game for Steve and probably a 4-point game for Roberto. Had to take a sizable pass to get there, but sometimes you're rewarded for those bold plays. Oh, wow. Okay, unless Steve turns this around, we got some game yet. Roberto's got a few ways to miss here. Starting with the 3. Oh, he does both of them in one roll, and now he has the immediate ace to get off of the lead roll. And I think Steve would... Can he afford to send a recube to 8 off in here, though? That's a tough proposition when it might come back for the match and just eliminate your points, but he already misses. Wow, and Steve has a free miss himself, so this is like a 3-roll, where I think Steve has a free miss to survive this. He could potentially roll small 3s twice and fall off the lead roll, so he's a little behind. Roberto has almost all of his ways to catch up, so I don't think he's missing anything from a 3-roll. 2 sets of aces wouldn't... what am I thinking about? Yeah, I guess aces don't work. Catch up. So he's missing that. So he's got to calculate how much Steve is missing. Steve has to be missing quite a bit from a 3-roll to be able to take this then, I think. Unless the take points are way off on an 8-cube with this slight lead in the match. And that very well could be. When you pass this, you're down 5-0 in an 11-point match. That's quite a deficit. Feels like a pass to me, though. Oof, it could easily be so close, though. It could be pick'em. I, of course, don't have my match equity tables memorized well enough. There's not enough time in life to memorize those. Some people do it. Guess if backgammon's all you do, you've got time to do that. But you can calculate this. You know, I'm curious with all the... Okay, I got to pull this one up myself. I got to know. It really seems like it should be pick'em, yeah. Me. We're gonna get on the recube action. These are the hardest too. Like, you can spend a lot of time trying to calculate winning percentage in these goofy little 6-checker scenarios, because you have like perfect information on the board and feel like you should be able to just math this out, but it's quite a few permutations to get there. Oh my gosh, this is a 21 pass. 0-2-1. So basically borderline. 22% wins, and Roberto takes it. I think this is fine. Of course, like, how do you get that close? 0.02 pass. That's wild. So for money, it must be like a larger pass. Yeah, 106 pass for money. But the score does affect it a little bit there, just enough to turn that into very close. And Roberto needs a set to save this 8 points. Not going to redouble on the come. And he's going to go down 9-0 in 2 games. An 8-cube. That might be, I mean, you know, I've watched a lot of 7-point matches. I think that's the first 8-cube I've gotten to deal with all weekend. Those are exciting.
Most times I wouldn't have took against a weaker player.
These are like the kind of positions you text me all the time.
Yeah.
These bear off positions, and I'm like, oh, it hurts my brain. But to me,
Oh, I wish here I could hear the... Can you guys hear the microphones over the board and hear what they're talking about? I can shut up if you can. I'm so curious what they're talking about, though.
When the leader is recubing to 8 and you're down by 1, you know, you're down by 1 in the match,
Yeah.
my take points actually, it's pretty like normal. It's like 21 and a half.
but this was an obvious money take. Because
Victor had a bad beat on an 8-cube. I don't remember that.
1 point seemed like a clear take.
Somehow he survived
But I
losing
thought
an
it
8 cube.
resembles enough volatility.
Definitely. It'd be risque.
Is that what they said on the board? You guys could hear it, that it hurts his brain? Yeah, mine too, man. Last match of the night yesterday. What was that? What did I miss? There must have been streamed on some other thing that I wasn't here for. Was I not doing commentary? I don't know who he would have been playing in what event. Well, good. Remind me not to talk to him about his bad beat stories, because who cares? He's Victor Ashkenazi. Every beat story is a bad beat story, you know? Okay, 6-1's going to make the board. And at 11 away, 2 away, any sort of advantage, and Roberto needs to send the cube pretty aggressive. He's got a nice board advantage and some threats. I'm not sure he has enough race and nothing done with the back checkers to send it, but he's got to be thinking about it at least. In the Masters jackpot, okay. 5-5 to win. Oh, that's a good story. Maybe I will ask him about that. Just to see him tilt off for a little bit. Ooh, 3-6 dances. Okay.
I know. Steve told me that.
This could be a 3-game, 11-point match. Steve's going to make the 5 for sure, and then would he like to make the bar points? Or the 2 points? And Blitz, I guess... I don't know. The bar point just looks so much structurally better and long-term, but... Gammons are nice. Is he going to think about going full Blitz and making the ace? He doesn't have to make the bar point, but he's looking at it as though that's going to be clearly the first decision. This could be. This could be for the Gammons. I don't know. I just like making the 5 too much. Steve's almost never going to find a cube in this kind of game. Either he's going to be too good in playing for a Gammon, or he's going to lose somehow. I guess there could be an anchor game. What am I talking about? Okay, now he's just playing for the race. And that is the kind of game where he could get a cube. And I think Roberto definitely needs to anchor up for the contact with the 11. I think with the 2 blots behind, he feels less worried, so he wants to look at this. But I mean, he's just going to have great contact to play this game out forever from that 20 point until Steve can roll some sets. So I really like anchoring there. But he has the stronger board and tries to take advantage of that by playing a little bolder. And so somewhere like here, I think it's worth hitting and making a point, even though he's outboarded. Oh, he can just make the point without hitting too and just be way ahead in the race. Yeah, what am I talking about? I don't think you want to give the shot. I'm not sure.
But since it's still a legal move, there's nothing I can do about it.
Maybe now you have to make it? I don't know. See what Roberto's thinking about. Slots the next point. Okay. Still playing huge. 5s is going to consolidate a race and just looks like Steve has found a way to win 1 point. Even though Roberto begs him to try to win 2. Doesn't get his wishes. I'm not sure. Rolling here, Steve? I don't think there's gammons here, and I don't think there's enough wins for Roberto to take. So I think he can think about cashing this now. Interesting. I'm not in this score very often, though, so what do I know? 122 to 80? Yeah, he's got like a 40 pip lead. Yeah, not anchoring with 5-1 was a big one. I imagine the ace before must have been an error too, but like less sizable when he had 2 blots behind. But this is interesting. I feel like Steve must be thinking that he's technically too good still. He could roll some super joker and,
My play there. If it was
you know, aces, twos, threes,
PMP or
close
whatever.
Roberto out. And Roberto's gonna insist on staying back for the contact some more, which I think means that Steve's gonna keep rolling. What's his biggest problem now? Maybe he doesn't have any problems. It's a very reasonable way to think about it.
Maximum contact, I think.
Yeah, he's gonna double check what he's doing here. So his mind's going about it too. Clear that it's aware that it's a strange position, but he's gonna claim.
Ooh, the pro cube. Man, pro cube.
More photos for the scrapbook. I was doing that so often at my chouette that the opponents were starting to like pose for my pictures and things like that. And Roberto's gonna take it, okay? I don't know. I feel like this has to be a big pass, but it's this is just the way that people intuitively tend to think about the score for sure. I'm down 9 points. This is definitely an automatic recube. Not sure what Roberto's thinking about here. Of course, when 2 points wins the match, you send it back. TV time? He thinks it over for a little bit. Maybe he can bluff Steve into passing the auto rewhip. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder what he's counting here. I really do. I mean, I wonder if he got confused about the match, if he thinks it's a 13-point match or something like this. That would be really unfortunate. It still can't be a take at that score either. I'm not sure, but I don't know where we are. I mean, I've said this twice about checker plays that were just reasonable to think about already, though. So could be some concept I'm not aware of here. Where, I mean, it's certainly possible that Roberto can get to some sort of position where he can send the auto recube and make it confusing for Steve. Save decision, something like that. You know, some funny ideas like that. And he's got plenty of clock time,
So now I roll 5-4.
given that this might be the last match. But I think something like 6-5, 6-4, I wonder if there's any chance that Steve would have to pass like a recube on that with a double shot. I doubt it. That's an interesting problem to try to give him, though. Yeah, interesting idea, Frank. I think that must be what he's thinking about. I mean, frankly, I just don't understand conceptually what I would do. I would just take it, Steve, because you can't get exploited and lose any equity that way. You might give up something that Roberto gave you by not automatically redoubling, but at least you don't accidentally trick yourself into passing a take.
I'll just give myself the luxury to roll out on this board until you get all your checkers off.
I'll have to look that up. What the 4-cube take point for the leader is at 11 away, 2 away. Technically still winnable is why they're rolling. Everything happens in backgammon. Eventually. Could take 6 rolls for Steve and 4 for Roberto. That just solved 2 rolls. So I think, yeah, I think it's 4 for Steve, and that's it. I think that's Jin. Easier to just roll, though. How many people are competing at the tournament this weekend? We saw the bracket. I'm not sure how many there were in the open. I wasn't listening close enough to the announcement. I don't know if anyone knows in here, but I bet for the open probably somewhere around 50 players or something like that.
So basically, like, I wasn't
Wow,
sure
3-game
my
match though.
initial
That's
take
about
was,
as efficient as you can be with your time.
I have a rule. You have to have a very good reason to take when you are against a 4-point board, and I had like pretty good reasons. And not quite like the very, except the number of checkers kind of back.
Analyze. I'm looking now.
That
I'm
put
going
me
to
in
find
the
out what the
category
take
that-
point is. Steve came out with a 1.65. Roberto had a couple diff decisions for an 11. Yeah. Yeah, those like single match PRs don't mean a lot. You know, I mean, tell me your average over 300 experience points, and I think that starts to mean something.
Let's just do it because
Okay.
around, and I think I doubled it.
Yeah, so the dead cube take point
Yeah.
for the leader, 2 away, 11 away, on a 4 cube is 37.86%. Yeah, so I think Roberto can't lose his market, even with the double shots.
Single builder, and you had
It would be an interesting decision, and Steve would just have to figure out if he knew that and what to do. Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, same difference.
But
Simone and Ed is a good match. Okay. Yeah, check out the secondary streams if you want to see more backgammon. They might switch us over on this one, too. We'll see what's up next. I might go chat with Tara and see what she wants to do real quick. Check out the floor. Yeah, I'm not sure. Steve's could be technically too good, but not bad to claim either. It's hard for that to be much of an error at all, I think. Cool. I'll be right back, everybody.
Oh, you packed over the new one? Still clean. Okay, no break. The rare person that talks somewhere. People talk to me late. I'm like, just stay. I'm not here to learn this. Let's go somewhere else. I don't want to be bothered.
Right, I think Tara's gonna showing us the bracket here and probably gonna come back to another match. So we can see here, someone asking how many players there were. This is 24, 32, 40. 40 in the second round. So I'm sure some people weren't able to make it to the second round as well. It's probably, I mean, at least 50 players, I think. Good showing here for the tournament. Yeah, we'll see. We might get Ed and Kimon here, but I think Tara plans to switch something over here. I'm seeing an interesting game between Layla and Stepan on one of the streams as well. But yeah, we have, I think, 4 streams going at once, so there's a ton of backgammon to watch. Ian, Terry, and Petco are playing somewhere too. And yeah, here we are with Ed O'Loughlin and Kimon Papachrystopoulos. It's a long one. He, for the last few years, I feel like has been on a pretty hot streak in the States. Shows up at the New York tournament a lot and has done very well there. Great player. I see him at some of the international stuff too. 2-6 from the bar. What a shot for Ed. I mean, he was behind a 6-prime. It's tough to do much with that anyway as Kimon, so it looks like Ed in the driver's seat on this one either way. Probably better to save some timing here and play this all from the 17, but of course we would love to pick up that other checker and win more gammons and backgammons. So last ace, he's trying to figure out how his doubles are going to play. My priority in that position is figuring out how I'm going to pick up that checker either way. Guess staying back makes sure he can't roll ace 6 to get by or something like that as often. So that's a good reason to do it that way. Yeah, no ace 6 from the bar, so he's going to start to pre-clear the bar before Kimon comes in. I like this idea. Seems very reasonable. Got to, again, check all his doubles. If he rolls 6s, he's frozen, so that's not going to leave a shot. 5 seems to do okay, too. Ace deuce is going to bring a checker in. Okay. I have no idea what that means about Ed showing like, but okay. I'm kind of inclined to play to the deuce in 12-9. No reason to leave the ace 6. You can do this too to fill in the gap. Okay, you just might end up not bringing the checker in on some annoying rolls like 3-2, 3-1, 2-1. I think that's fine too. Yeah. This is my preference, but I don't know. I get these wrong all the time. I think there's a lot of tactics in the endgame Baron that I still don't quite understand. Oh, you're welcome for commentating. I love it, guys. I'm glad I get, like, brought to tournaments to do this now. This is a lot of fun. Three, two. So this ace point game is still, provided Kimon doesn't come in early with like an ace 5, ace 4 kind of roll. Ace 3 cracks 2. This is still winnable for Kimon. So not just like coming in with a decent ace or a 6. It's got time to sit on the ace point and wait for contact. It has a pure board to win with still. So still a little bit scary for Ed. 6-3, great shot to get a checker moving. This could actually save some gammons too, potentially. 6s is going to make the BG active. Kimon really needs to get at least one checker off that back point, and he can't. One set, and he's in huge danger of a BG. And where does that would take Ed to Crawford? Okay, Ed's going to waste no time and leave a shot, looks like. Was that illegal? Oh, he thought the 4 was That is a painful one to have to correct over the board, I'll tell you what. We had that come up in a match last night, I think, too. Okay, still quite a bit of gammon or backgammon risk here. 5-1's going to come out to try to avoid that. So when Kimon doesn't roll the set, he's just going to get off it most of the time. Oh, not here, though. Okay. Tara has an update. Hold on. Sorry. Let us, this could be really exciting. 6-4. I think he needs to stay. Unless the backgammon's so valuable getting to Crawford that we just have to give it up. But this is the like classic coup classique. So the other play is just to cover and be ready for the closeout. He doesn't have the perfect board to recirculate and gobble up a second checker when Ed rolls the ace and leaves a double shot. Man, I don't know. I don't know this reference, but this is fun. This is we got the most exciting decision possible for Kimon here.
Ooh. Oh, to stay and get tripled?
Yeah, well, if he loses a backgammon, it goes to Crawford.
Right.
So there are scores where the backgammon's too valuable to stay. The money reference here, if you have the perfect prime to contain it when you hit it and put up, like suck up that extra checker, then you stay. I'm actually not sure for money with the ace made and the blot on the deuce if you should stay, but it's probably closer for that reason too. And then the score makes it scarier, I think. So I don't know. This is a lot of just guesswork over the board. Like what
Prayer,
really
too.
happens here?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
going to be a huge thing. Kimone's,
Right.
Kimone's going to, I think he's going to eat. I don't know how much clock he's
Oh, they were
started with,
right. Someone
but
told me
it's gonna
when
take a while.
Ed's happy, he starts showing some leg, and there it is on the
There's
stream.
the leg.
Yeah.
Exactly. Nothing like the center.
And this is the play for the fans. You gotta stay for the ace. Oh,
And
and he
there's
gets
the triple,
backgammon to
and,
go.
and he's like, "Oh, how could this possibly have happened? Oh, how unlucky for you. My apologies."
Oh wow.
Well, that's nice because the next stream that's coming up. Do you know who that match is?
No, who's playing?
It's Victor Ashkenazi versus Carter Maddox. So,
Oh really?
yeah.
Okay.
So you can slag all you want when I play at 12 and crush Victor utterly. So yeah.
I will be very disappointed if you don't get it up at least into the double digits.
I'm shooting for double digits.
We're gonna need a transcriber to confirm. Otherwise, it's not a valid match. It's just not Carter
and not just
Maddox.
that, they're not going to have the speed to be able to transcribe and put it in. You can't put Rory on this. You need a Nick Blazer. You need a professional transcribing because there will be no way to comment because I'll be moving so fast.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Is that going to get started before this match ends? Is that the idea?
I don't think so. I mean, I think now that they went to Crawford, I think Tara will let him take a free roll.
Was that Tara's update for me too?
That
Should I
was
go get her?
Tara's
Okay,
update.
cool.
So I
Thanks.
thought I'd send you that info. I'm gonna go
I appreciate
grab
it.
a water and see you
All right.
on the stream.
Good luck to Victor. Yeah,
Yeah,
take it
nice.
easy.
Well,
Yes, she said she just told me she was watching your commentary on my match yesterday. She said you were great.
Ah,
what about Nick? Did you ask me about Nick? She said, no. What about my robot?
She said Nick was okay.
Nick just turned to me and said, "This skin suit is itchy."
I think you guys caught that. We're gonna watch Carter Maddox and Victor Ashkenazi play on the stream pretty soon here. That should be an entertaining match. Good friends, of course. Carter always looking for opportunities to take very strong players out of their comfort zone and make the game a little bit different. So we'll see if he can find a way to do that. Dice willing, still need some help there. I think that'll forever be his proudest moment in backgammon when he got to win the Cyprus tournament, playing against a very strong player. I think it was Lars from Denmark. Yeah, Lars Trabolt. Of course, Danish player that's always playing in the threes kind of thing. And I think he got his PR up into the double digits just to make some sort of crazy 8-cube happen and won the match, found a way to do it. It's still possible in the bot era. And so at an even away score at Crawford for Kimon, winning a gammon is worth something here. So he's going to look for opportunities. Not much chance of that in this particular game, but a consideration. Looks like we got John O'Hagan here. Feel free to take a seat and join me. Yeah. Active. Let me see. It is on. Yeah. So that mic was on, and I forgot to turn this one on. That's great.
So, let's see, what do we have here? We have Ed and Kimon.
Yep. Ed just had an exciting one. So they were 4-5. Ed had sent a 2-cube in an ace point game, and Kimon ended up in the end with a 3 checkers left on the deuce point, and one back, and Kimon had to decide whether he should leave to save the backgammon or stay for the coup classique.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the score impacts that decision or not. He also didn't have the perfect board for it, but it was an entertaining one. He stayed, Ed rolled the set, and here we are.
Okay.
Yep.
So Ed won a BG then?
Yeah, BG to get to Crawford.
Well,
How
he
do
was
you like that?
down 5-4, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to have to look that up now. The other interesting thing about it, so for money, the coup classique references when you stay on that ace points, you do it if you have the perfect board and the time to recirculate and go pick up that other checker, right?
Yeah.
So if you have your 6-5-4-3 made and your ace made, but an open deuce, can you still take that for money? Still take that risk, or do you just save the backgammon? Or don't you know?
I don't know. I would probably stay back, but
Yeah. That's what Kimon went for.
yeah.
at the score too.
So let's see, double ones for Ed. The sort of first impulse play is just is that, or no, it's
Yeah.
10 to 7 and 6 to 5, not leaving any direct shots. But he's thinking about playing 6 to 4, 10 to 8. Huh.
Oh, I see.
Well, after all, Kimon does have 2 blots over there. So,
Can do some bold things. Sure, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. It's a 273 error not to stay, so Kimon found the right play and was punished. Dimitri in the chat saying for money, it's clear that you stay as well. Yeah, it's about the same size.
Okay.
309. Yeah, it's huge to stay. That's really interesting. I would have had difficulty with it. So potential for almost a 300 blunder.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Good to know.
Yeah, in general, I mean, when you turn a loss into a win in a money game, you go from -2 to +2.
Yeah.
If you turn a gammon loss into a backgammon loss, you only go from -4 to -6 with cube on 2. So
Yeah. Swing is
I
much
mean,
less, right?
So as long as you increase your wins by at least half as much as you increase your backgammon losses, then it's right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I guess what are the numbers on that? You end up losing about almost 20% backgammons, but you win 8% games, and of course when you hit you're going to save a ton of gammons.
Yeah.
You got to factor that in.
Right.
Maybe
right.
all gammons, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2-1. All right. It seems like that's the right play for Ed. 5-1 dance. 4-3 just covers the deuce, I guess, or he can run out. All right. Let's see here. Where's the pip cut? It's not showing the pip cut. That's right.
We don't have the board to do it yet. Yeah, this is interesting. I guess I think the biggest feature here is how bad are the fly shots. Like you're gonna leave a 3-6 and a 4-5, and he still has a blotting board.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah,
but you get the
What's he supposed
4-point
to do
board, and
here?
you're not so sad if he comes in on the deuce.
yeah.
I don't know. I'm still instinctually just covering and trying to fill my board, but yeah, it could be too deep.
Yeah.
I really, for the same reason, I wasn't sure Ed used a 4-2, I think, to hit and cover from the 7-point, knock him off the 22.
Yeah.
And that seemed kind of like the checker was already where it wanted to be, too. So,
Yeah. This looks like the right play by Kimon. Now Ed has. Yeah.
Ed's got problems.
Ed needs a little luck to bring this thing home, I think. So probably just swing that outfield checker out to 6 and then
don't leave a
keep
direct.
it going to the 11, I would think. Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be, I think we just, regardless of the race, are trying to fade that 6.
Yeah.
Trying to play some attacking game here feels a little too loose. I think that's playing
13
into
to 4
Kimon's
looks
best
kind
game
of
plan.
loose.
Oh, 13 to 4 is a play, though. Yeah. Okay.
But it looks pretty loose. And then the other way, 8 to 2, 7-4. It's kind of blotty.
Yeah.
Could work, but I would just do the safe play here.
Yeah, and again, gammons do matter a little bit,
Yeah.
and so some of those attacking play come with a little more punishment than usual.
Yeah, at this score, the gammon value is a little higher than in a money game for the trailer, but not enormously, just a bit.
Well, that's a really good reference from Dimitri in the chat. When you're crashed to a 4-point board for money, then you consider not staying for the Coup Classique. But up till that point, you still stay.
That sounds
Just because
like,
you save gammons.
sounds like good advice.
Yeah, that's really good. Sometimes you just got to get in there and study those things until you remember them, right? Like I don't know, someone's got to answer it. Come up with some rule.
Yeah.
There's just too many of those problems to solve. That's the hard thing about backgammon.
Yeah. So I think, you just play against the opponent rolling a 6, and then you still have some problems after that.
Okay.
And then for about maybe 3 minutes, and then we're going to switch to Victor and Carter.
Okay.
So this obviously
Carter
can
update
be
me
watched
too, yeah.
on stream 3.
Okay. So everybody, you can catch the end of this match. I'm glad we got to commentate on it for a little bit, but you can catch this on stream 3. And we're going to go on a short break and come right back at you with Victor Ashkenazi and Carter Maddig on the main stream. thinking the main event again. Should be very entertaining. We'll be right back, y'all. Thanks, John. Are you going to hang around? How are you doing in the tournament?
Yeah, I just won my second round, and I'm waiting for the winner of Jonah against Mark Farron.
Okay.
I play the winner of that.
Well, if
The Backgammon Galaxy mobile app is coming soon. Star membership, high analysis, blunder database, private games, coin games, rating games, and much, much more. Improve your backgammon skills by reading the best books on the market. Available on Amazon. Links in the description below.
On my stream, like, oh, you 30 hours of time I donated talking about you. I talked about you maybe for a minute poorly when you were yelling at people in the tournament in the hallway. It was bleeding out to the stream. Is that what we're talking about? And he's like, I don't know. And I go, you need to do it. Invisible. Yes.
Even to like just ignites negative energy. Even managed to do it.
At the Vegas dinner we had for the staff, we did a 10-minute speech in the last 30 seconds for so 9 minutes and 30 was how good we did.
I've been to Chicago.
Vegas is even worse because he's got a big PA.
Sounds a little bit, I mean, it's historically, it sounds a little bit, I mean, you have a sort of speeches of people, you know, it's just like you never could stop.
Right, yeah.
It's like very self-taught.
Right.
Mm.
Hey, I think we did this fast and got Ben's law, but here we are. Oh my God.
Still nice, nice.
By the way, nice fence. What are the names of the Saturday night?
Ooh, I'm back. Typing y'all in the chat, trying to tell you where you can go catch the end of that Kimon and Ed match. Looks like Ed's bearing off for the win right here. Had one checker closed out from Kimon. Kimon's in without hitting.
Okay.
So Ed should advance.
Roll one at a time. Putting the headphones on. Good match, Vic.
Ali is watching, you can see.
Oh, hi, honey. Sorry, I'm about to try and beat your hubba-bend.
So one of those matches which is like, no win situation for me, you know.
Right. You can't feel
Yeah,
good
the
either
link
way.
to the AP Live Backgammon channel is in the description here on this video. So you can find the channel that way and go. It's there on stream 3. All the day 4 streams are what you're looking for there. But here we go. We got started. Victor opens with a 4-2. I told him I'd try to make lots of room to talk back and forth. I guess Carter has his headphones on. Maybe he won't talk too much. No distractions guy like me. He promised some fast play and some high PRs. Ace-3 when your opponent has an advanced anchor. 10 in the zone says don't split high, but advanced anchor says maybe fight for one. Maybe he could have played a checker in front of the anchor too. 6-3 is not terribly desirable. I'm not sure though. It's a tricky one. 6-4. We're sad we have a blotting board now, but of course we got to hit and continue. Take a checker out of the zone and escape. And it works. I think we're going to come in deep and pressure the blot and probably play down with the 5. Though maybe a tempo hit. Can make an argument for it. Just doesn't feel right. I don't know how to explain that one. Yeah, coming under the gun looks scary. There's 3 checkers aimed at making a 4-point board on your head. This at least forces Victor to come off his anchor if he wants to hit. Oh, not that way though. Hits from the rear. That's a great shot. And Victor is going to have Carter kind of on the ropes here. The 4 is going to come down in front of the anchor. With his advanced anchor and better board against a shot and against a shot and the blot. Yeah, a shot in the ace point. I'm sorry. Victor sends the cube. Carter says he wants to play an ace point game and try to win it. I don't know how he tries to get into weird positions, but this could be an example one where, of course, there's going to be a lot of play in this position. Could be the kind of thing that is passable, but hopes to survive it and get in some weird turnaround situations. I mean, that's kind of his goal, I think, is to play a high cube here. That's jokes from Carter. Got it. I'll deliver that feedback. I'm sure he'll be interested. Maybe. That's what he does, man. That's his style. I was having fun.
You know this guy?
Yeah, this is kind of tricky with the 6-5. I mean, I think I just make the point and leave the fly shot 6-2. Why not? Oh, sorry. We do have to leave a direct 2 to do it. Such a strong board. Sorry. It's only the 6-2 if we play 14-8. Carter still can't really run or split with that. Yeah, this is tricky. I don't really know. These are very, like, competing game plans. It feels like the more aggressive play is making the 3. Only a 3-point board and you have an anchor. Still that ace point stuck behind it. Victor's going to go, as Marty might predict, for the solid play that isn't going to give up huge swings early. So the 4 down, and Carter's going to split now against 11 in the zone. It's a little scary. This double hit looks very attractive now. Did we get a hint when Lila is on stream? She is on stream, actually. She was on, I think, stream 2, playing against Stepan Nunez. Good match. I'm not sure if they finished already. And another just solid play trying to cash in the position from Victor here. Looking at just playing safe there. This feels more important to go for it now, though. Like a single ace isn't going to hurt too bad. You still have plenty, and when it works, it's just an easy gammon for the most part. The follow-up is a little tough. I guess it's hard to hit and cover, or even cover in general. So he's repeating it now. And is this the best we can do with this too? Yeah. He must have seen that the follow-up was going to be kind of ugly on the ace point hit. Very strange. Too early to do cute things like switch 6 to ace to pick up that blot, I think, but he's going to look at it. I like that he's going to consider it. When it works, the follow-up's a lot easier, but I think if you get hit by a 6, it's just too bad. I think you've just like destroyed your position too much, and Carter has some real advantage to play with there. Maybe the bolder play I would see would be giving up the midpoint now to bring a checker in for distribution. I guess you just have to play to the 8. It's still kind of awkward, but not bad looking. Clearing the 5 just looks too early too. It's going to be very tough follow-up. I think I'm going with 13 to 8. I don't know if I can bring myself to make 9 to 4. I don't know how to play the checkers from there. So stiff. Again, for that reason, he's going to look over this idea. When Carter rolls a 2 or a 3 to enter, this works really well. I think he's very happy with this play. But again, the 6 is just a huge swing. So 5-2, okay, it works for Victor. The blitz continues. And so most of our numbers should be attacked, but he finds another awkward
Good
one.
number. Good.
No, I mean, the 4 is just going to continue the
Yeah,
attack, and it gets
yeah.
5 down.
6 to 2, and then probably
Yeah.
find 5 down. You could come out, but that was
Sure.
a little risky. So
We
yeah,
got John
I
back
would,
with me, by the way. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you. 13-8 looks like a
That
good
4-1 was really tricky. I don't know if you got here in time to see
I
what to
didn't
do with
see
it.
it, no.
It was just, yeah. Interesting sequence that got here.
So, yeah. Okay, blitz could work, or could totally turn around. There's a great
2-3
shot.
is a great shot for Carter. Victor's still got his anchor, so he can probably survive this, but it's going to be tough
Yeah,
if
good
he
shot.
doesn't enter. Yeah, this is going
Makes
to...
the 9.
What a beautiful prime he has in front of Carter's checkers there.
So probably run off the 22, I guess.
Yeah, you could... You run off the front because it's harder to be attacked in the back, I guess. Yeah.
Just 6s and 2s. So.
And Victor's quite committed to his attacking game plan here, but again, just rolls a do-nothing roll. Oof. Is this really the best we can do with it? I suppose so.
Yeah, it probably is. 4 to 3 is kind of big.
Yeah. 2-1, okay. Gets a little more
to
time to
12.
pounce. 6s and 2s and 7s. That's a good 6.
Makes the 2 point.
Yeah. Thought Carter was the one that's supposed to be mixing things up, and we've got
good
Victor
shot.
with the switch to the ace.
Shot.
And now Victor's trying to find a way to slime this. 4s is ugly.
Yeah.
It's going to go to the ace. And is this raceable? Carter thinks so.
So either break the 12 point, or you could play 14-8 and 12-9. That does leave 5-2 and 6-1. Yeah, this way 6-3 and 5-4. I don't know.
I was just trying to get my bearings on the race, and I think White's still ahead exactly 20 pips after this.
Okay.
Yeah, no perfectly safe play.
Yeah.
And so I guess if Victor runs
I
with
think
this,
I do
yeah.
Carter's play.
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
And if Victor runs with a 6-3 or 5-4, maybe you'd prefer to be hit. Maybe that's okay. Yeah. Victor should be able to survive a race from here.
Yeah.
He's still got
One,
time to have a few more cracking numbers and be okay.
I agree with Carter's play.
Yep. Carter loves switching off the 6 when he gets a chance.
Oh.
Oh, John got a clock for his commentary? That seems weird.
My clock. He borrowed my clock for his match.
I got you.
3-1. Yeah, I didn't want to volunteer a shot out there. 3-2.
Oh,
Might
the
be
6
right
days
to
switch
play
is right.
13-10-8-6. Might. I'm not sure. Worth a look.
5-4 is a great number. Anything that gets one of those checkers moving.
All right. Probably both off the 8. He does it the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, why not keep another blocking point? You kind of create 6-2 for your opponent. I don't know if he wants to roll it, actually. I guess right now is a good time to run with 6-2 if you
Yeah,
get the
looks
chance.
like both off the 18 here for Victor.
Yeah, the double Falcon. We've got the open 6 points. Victor is looking at playing solid instead, but it's going to get worse, so I see some reason for pay now.
Yeah. And a lot of the hits don't also cover.
Right, there's some duplication with the 2 hits, but I guess it's going to be more like ace-6 or 2-5. Then, of course, ace-deuce, 2-2.
Yeah.
Ace-ace is going to be very good.
Right.
Not that many numbers, though.
And if you don't run now, you know, you're going to have to probably on your next roll anyway. And then your board is, you know,
Extra trash.
weaker.
Yep.
Extra trash with the block.
Yours is weaker. Carter might have time to cover the 6 point, right? So it can get a lot worse in one sequence.
Yeah.
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 I guess the other play is just one checker around, but Yeah, I think
That tends to
this-
leave more shots
it
and
does
also
leave
get
more
to
shots.
safety less often, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
That's
yeah.
the problem. But it only does leave one. Advantage only leaving one block. But I think the right play is just the double falcon, as Mitchie calls it.
Yeah. Victor already challenged with some tight decisions here in this first game. Yeah, I think he's like 5 minutes deep on his clock already in game
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just gonna text
I know he was frustrated he spent so much clock time last night against Michael.
So, yeah, this seems pretty clear though. So, I will be surprised if he doesn't do the double falcon.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how he's chooses to evaluate this or calculate it over the board. This is kind of almost a reference kind of situation for me, right? Like I'm looking for some of those factors that inform my pay now or pay later decisions and trying to figure it out that way and just make a wild guess. But of course, I don't know equities after each. I don't know if he's trying to calculate sequences or what.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
if you have a very bad picture, it's usually just your internet bandwidth and ability to like render this high quality content and everything like that. You could try refreshing or check that kind of stuff, but I think we got a pretty good picture over here. Tara does a really great job with all the streaming. It's I like all the overlays we've got from Galaxy now too, but I've noticed the quality drops on my laptop watching the stream sometimes too. Yep, plenty of people confirming the double falcon in the chat now too. I don't know by how much, but it does seem like a fairly clear play in this situation. Should be big, clear like that. And now Carter does have to go for it, right? He can lift the blot, which is tactically kind of nice. And now this is just a slimy finish, really. Right? Ooh, what a shot from Victor.
3 and 1 to go. What does he do with that last one? 12-11 or 24-23 or 8-7.
Do we care about being on 6s and 3s and things like this? Like that's the first thing I look for, but you're kind of on one of them no matter what.
Yeah. Let's see. So if you keep the back checker in the 24, it escapes with 6s, 5s, and moves up with 1s.
Yeah.
So what's black? 2s, 3s, and 4s. He's got one more ace, I believe, right?
Yes.
So
So right now things do look pretty duplicated. A 6-1 makes a point, a 6-3 makes a point, and your 6s escape. So stepping up would give you 5s and 4s to do something on the other side, but you can make the same case for advancing 9 to 8 and make a 5-1, a 6-2. Your deuces make a point now, where 3s used to work. I don't know. They must be close. I see merit to both, you know?
yeah.
Like I said, I don't think you can get off the anti-joker. You get off of one of them either way. So there's a reason to get off 3s and 6s and move one of those front checkers. I like that.
24, 23, and then 12-9 looks pretty clear.
Okay, if we do that, then we have a lot of 6s that make the 3 points, and we still have 5s and 4s to escape.
Yeah.
4s and or 3s and 3-2 is making a point too. Yeah, that does look very nice.
And let's see. Also, what's
You
the
could clean up a
alternate?
blot too and get off all the anti-jokers. I guess that would
course,
be 9.
That way you are blocked by 6s, 1s, 2s, and 3s. So
Yeah.
Maybe,
So if we play 8 to 5 and 12 to 11, we don't have very many point making like any constructive rolls, but we have no anti-jokers on the next roll.
Or we can do 12-9, 8-7. And just keep the back checker on the 24.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it tells me moving up with the 1 in the back looks very small. He does. I
Okay.
don't know about that.
The merit I found there is no anti-jokers. I still think and that kind of fits Victor's style in a way to me too. I think he likes to not lose games instantly when he can avoid that, you know?
Okay. Not many of us do. He won, and he's in. So Victor rolls 2-1.
That's a great shot. Their 4s are kind of horrors sometimes here. It could be. Nothing too bad. It'll either clear a point or run. 3-1's going to have to clear a well, no, I guess he'd keep the point in advance, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks good. 6, 4, 5, yep. And again, all your 4s still play. It's really hard for Victor to have any cracking issues here. Double fours
that.
works now.
Lots
And-
of blot levers next time. Though.
Yeah. 8 minutes of clock time later, and he could be coasting to a gammon, but here we are.
Shot.
As he said, yeah, what does Michi call that? The double-decker bus. Tends to leave a lot of shots when you don't have any spares up there.
I didn't know that's what he called it, but I think he's right. Yeah.
It's to be avoided. Yeah, now he gets to bury to the ace, has the position again, and aces are going to make him very awkward. 5-3 is going to be okay, though. I think he's finally off the gammon. Was that the first checker off?
Yeah.
Second checker off, maybe. I don't know.
One or two, yeah.
That is a heavy ace point, Victor. It's hard to win a gammon like this. Double threes. Does this take one crossover from the back, or does it take two in?
Probably go one in the back, yeah.
Or one of each? Okay.
Yeah, one of each.
Splits the difference. Sometimes when you don't know, you just compromise, right? And do both. Yeah.
2-5.
Two's a perfect crossover. There, yeah, you would duplicate your twos playing 19 to, okay. I'm still fascinated by how to maximize crossover potential in these positions. I just don't know. It's very hard to me.
Yeah.
Fives is going to get him closer. Should be a favorite for the gammon now.
Yeah, let's see. He's got 4 or maybe 5 checks left on the ace.
Presumably there's no way to do better than 2 to the 6 point here. But,
Yeah, probably not.
it looks like it's still only sixes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You do have to get 2 crossovers, so yeah, you're just gonna. That's what you're gonna do. That's what you're gonna do.
Wait, what's original? Sorry.
Oh yeah, if he shuffles the checkers enough, he might get a little closer. That's a good try, Carter. Victor, keeping an eye on that. Sweet. He's going to do this to also get double sixes. Fine. All the same. And 4-0 start for Victor.
Or nothing.
Yep.
Well,
8 minutes of clock time is a half decent
Here,
result,
yeah.
though.
0-0 first game.
Oh, yeah.
He's doubled. He's got a 4-3 to play.
No, that was the problem.
I forget what stream that is, but if you guys want to see Ed O'Loughlin and Dan Minardi playing, they're playing on one of the AP live streams there, too.
Shot of vodka, you know, whatever.
When you kept breaking,
Right.
I was like, oh, this feels
He's ready
okay.
yet. I'll be back.
Oh, sure. Thanks, John. You're always welcome in here, man. I think the minor split here. You prefer not to be attacked on the 20 point and better builder on the 9. I like that. 2-1's going to hit anyway and then split in the rear, I think. Yep. 6-5. I guess the best you can do is just run, yeah. The fly shots aren't so worrisome for Victor with Carter having a blot on board. 6-1 is awkward. This is, okay, yeah, we can make a blocking point. This seems fine. This is a position where you don't mind using the ace right now to make the 23 against that made 3 point. Hard to be primed and fill in that 5 and 4. Victor's going to hit 2. Carter's going to come in with 1. Very dominating and threatening position, but leading the match by 4, he's got to be a little bit careful with the cube, so he's going to take his time and think about it, decides he can take a roll. I think I agree there. I think I'm going to point on ahead here, but in a lot of iterations, Carter's going to have very good chances to make some anchor somewhere and have a playable game. In this variation, I think we've probably lost our market and arrived at a pass. Too many gammons. But I think it was still right, and Carter's just going to let that one go. Oh, I can't wait to talk trash to Carter after this mess of a match if it keeps going this way. What a wild and crazy game he's playing, just getting run over by the dice, right? That happens in backgammon. Sometimes just nothing you do works. The run past the heavy point. Okay. Could be right. Could be close. I'm inclined to play 2 off the 6 and make 2 board points, but this could be fine. Strip our midpoint this way, unfortunately. Usually you would split in this position and not make the bar because you leave a direct. You don't want to step up and clean up the blot. This looks good. Excellent anchor for Carter. And with the big racing lead, he's pretty clearly dominating this position. Victor has enough race. He can still play with the single checker back. Pretty awkward for Carter to develop, so it should be takeable. But it's already getting to that point where, I mean, trailing this much in the match, he has to think about it. Making the 5 point is going to be pretty huge here. His distribution looks very good. This is very threatening for Victor now. 6-3 makes a bid at running. Okay. Trying to just convert this into a race. Carter's going to hit. Again, not thinking about the cube at all. I think distribution 6-5. I guess we can reduce shots with a 9-8 switch, but yeah, I kind of like this. 4s, and now I think we're too good. He's going to whip it. Between 126 to 94, 126 to 110, 126 to 125, 126 to 143. Victor is down 17 pips. He's outboarded. Single checker back. Leading in the match. I think the only metric that would make you want to consider playing this is that Carter still has an 18 point to clear. So he has some work to do, but I feel like this must be a pretty sizable drop. I really think it's too good. I don't know what the sequence is where Victor would take next roll, so I think you just play on for gammon here.
You're having a treat play with this guy.
Yep, and he does pass. Spends a little clock time to make Carter feel good about his cube. And then lets it go. Winks at the camera, thinking that was a gift. And off we go. Carter on the board. Yeah, counting your pips in your head or on whatever. It just takes practice. Keep doing it. Keep pretending like you're going to get there, and eventually you do. I really feel the same with the running count thing. I was actually just having a conversation with Chris Trencher this morning about that. To me, it's if you played trick-based card games like Hearts or Bridge, I feel like it's most similar to counting cards and understanding what's out of the deck. Like, it's so important to do. You just need the information in that game that you figure out how to do it. And it seems impossible at first, but I don't know, eventually you can think and talk while still holding that information. I think I just cover the 11. I don't see a better... I guess we could see the light. That's a lot of checkers aimed at us, though. It's just a little bit scary to do that here, and we can still hop up to the 4 to try to escape, so... yeah, probably better to not be pointed on here. Developing nicely for Carter, but he hasn't done anything with his back checkers and is looking at 12 checkers in the zone nearly here. 11 and a half, if you want to call it that way, for the 11 point. So it's going to be very hard to split. And he just says, I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. Challenges Victor to blast away. 5-2, I think, is just going to make the 3 point behind him. And if he rolls a 3, so be it, where he's still got a game. But you're currently outboarded, so... I don't think I want to hit loose here and risk so many shots. I think I'm inclined to just play more solid here. Not sure. Oh, cool. I found an analogy that worked for someone. That's exciting. I've just been stuck for so long saying, like, you can do it. It's not as hard as you think. You know? I think people just roll their eyes. Yeah, especially with the pip counting, you start to see like 2 checkers on the midpoint is 26. It's like powers of 13 all the time, you know, not powers, but multiples of 13. You get used to what those are and what the different clusters are that can help you count faster. Checkers on the 6 and 4 add up to 10, so you can see pretty quickly on the 6 and 4 points that Carter has 10, 20, and 6. Carter's going to get an early cube in, trailing the match. I kind of like this. There's a big swing on this roll. Should be an easy take for Victor still. The checker's where you want it on the ace, so I don't know about this, but there's no other 5, so fine. We could play 13 to 8 and duplicate aces. Ace hits in 2 covers, and Victor is in the driver's seat to win another 4 points, maybe even. Carter really needs to anchor. Yeah, this is a pretty natural 2-5 to fight for an anchor. At 6 away, it's going to be very difficult for Victor to find a cube. But he pauses to think about it. This could make the ace. We can't run all the way with the back checker, but that feels like a nice tactical play. It's so many returns, but we have a lot better board. Almost half the time, Carter will fan and we'll win an easy gammon. We could just make the 2 and the 9, something like this, but then we strand junior. We duplicate. If we come out 24 to 16, we duplicate Carter's anchoring 4. So I kind of like that, and then making the deuce with it. I think this must just take us closest to home. Of course, making the ace is pretty loose and bloody. This looks like a solid play. I like it. Maybe he's icing Carter with all his clock time. Trying to play a slow game and make sure he plays his pace. I think this is a good play, and it also feels like a Victor play, so I see it happening. So this version, sure, it does potentially block a 22-point anchor, but it doesn't make a board point, and when you're hit, it does give away outfield control, disconnects your last blot. You're really banking on being missed with the 4 now. Brings a lot more ammunition in the zone too, so could follow up on the attack better. Might play better in this sequence. But the checker is stuck now. Cutter must have to hold the bar point anchor to save that checker stranded on the 22. This seems reasonable too. Keep pressure on the outfield blot. Victor once again is going to start to think about whether he has enough wins to send a 4 cube here. I think the gammons are too high. You just effectively cancel your gammon value by sending a cube, and you have to be like basically around 80% winning, I think, for Carter to drop this. It's difficult. I've got a buddy here saying he would like to cash the 2 points, but at 6 away, Carter has huge incentive to take that cube and try to get an 8 cube back in. So when you give away a 4 cube, I mean, all of your gammon value kind of disappears. Carter gets some, and he gets a very volatile position. It also happens to be that Carter is the kind of player that would like to take this kind of cube and try to win 8 points. So a pretty scary situation to touch the cube here, I think. And for me, again, just winning 4 points and getting the 2 away is kind of nice enough. And that's going to happen a lot. We've got 2, 3, 5, 6 combos to make a 4th point here. I think anything that doesn't safety... I guess 4s is a real disaster. But anything that doesn't safety the blot on the 16 in general is going to be able to execute some sort of attack with Carter's sort of Swiss cheese and bloody board. He is chewing through clock time here, though. I don't know I was right, Craig. Every now and then I'm running plays, but people have been good about transcribing in the chat, so I'm getting lazy again. Hope someone runs it. I guess he must be the kind of player that's going to count through all the sequences here and try to figure it out that way. Look at exactly how he would play all his numbers, what kind of things might progress from here. And he finds the roll. I feel like this must be right. 6-3 is going to point. Great shot. Can't consolidate the blot, so really no choice here. Now there are a number of numbers that'll hit and give Carter chances. This is not one of them. Here we go. Very likely have 9 points. Oh, this is interesting. I guess 3 in and the ace gets a little closer to home. Aces hits if we do that, so we create a new number. Maybe not. But if we play 16 to 13, then ace 6 and ace ace hit too, you know? So it's a weird place to park. It's not clear that Carter wants to hit that bad on those numbers anyway. Yeah, it'd be nice to get off the double fours, though, that are, like, super blocked. So fours are still blocked somewhat here, I guess. I don't know. 6-3 makes the next point. Still going to leave some aces. I want to play at least one there. Get closer to home, link up with the points. And so I guess maybe 6-4 just looks like the nicest distribution from here. Well, we can consider a switch of 2 to ace, and then you get your 8-point involved in making the deuce. I think that might actually be best here. A higher gap is nicer to deal with later and everything, and it's just your 8's out of play right now. It's just a point to clear. So I think common theme against the bar point. But okay, he's just going to go for most chances of getting that checker home, it would seem. Three, 2. Six, 4 is just going to bring 2 checkers in. Distribution's getting a little awkward here. Ace 3. Carter comes in. Okay, this could save a lot of gammons if Victor can't close him out with the next roll. So, nice shot for him. 4-1. Is it worth going for it? Is the distribution ugly enough when we play 4-3 or 6-5, whatever it might be? Yeah, maybe we just solve the problem now and we win so many more gammons. I'm inclined to hit 2 to ace. These are tricky, though. You hate it when you get hit with the ace and potentially lose the game from there, but I think the gain's too high. And avoid some awkward sequences later. It doesn't always clean up, though. I mean, we roll double sixes next roll, then we leave the double shot afterward. There's some nightmares for sure. It's something to consider here. So maybe... Yeah, I have a hard time convincing myself whether 6-5 or 4-3 is even right here. These are all very difficult aces. XG likes the hit. Okay, okay. It's the instinct. He goes for that, for the more standard solid play again. 5 ace. I think... Now we can't afford to waste the pips, so I think we should play 13 to 7 here. To maximize on those and also... So he's going to come in, but I want to have some structure to punish any sort of shots Victor might leave. This just sort of gives up on that. But it does maximize getting off the gammon, so could be okay. Weak board hit, yeah. I like that. I try to describe when you get, sometimes you just have to be primitive about it and think that way. And as the gammons keep dropping, Victor is going to keep thinking more and more about cashing this as just a losing race for Carter. And this is getting to the realm where I don't think he's even going to want to try to play a quote-unquote volatile cube. It's just a bad position. 2 off, 13, not enough. I mean, decision must be, okay, we can close the ace now. This is great. I mean, we could go for it and rip a bunch of checkers, I guess. How much? It gets us 2 rolls closer. Hey, how's it going, Rory? There is this middling play. We could take off and switch 3 to ace. That's a nice idea, too. Well, there's 5 to ace. There's 3 checkers off to go for the gammon. I see plenty of compelling options here, Rory. I like this kind of middle-of-the-road play, though. And he gets a fan out of it, too. Yeah. And then 2 ace. Ooh, this is awkward. I don't see anything other than 4 to 3, and now we're out on the outside. 4s is good. 12, 16 outside. There's quite a few gammons here. We're getting up. I doubt we're at 50% already, but okay, way less now. And finally, I mean, Victor's going to roll a couple more, but definitely going to win at least 2 points. Carter's never going to be able to take a recube if it gets ugly or saves the gammon. 6-5. That is gammon saved. That's a claim. And off to 7-1.
All that work.
Huh?
I said old.
In steamrolled a little bit.
Yeah.
How you doing,
sorry.
Rory? You still alive?
Pobrecita Nina.
I was doing better before I started playing basketball today.
Ah, Rory was
Enough
doing
of a
better
cushion
before he
for
started
you,
playing
7-1.
backgammon.
You
That
feel
makes sense.
comfortable there? I feel like that's as good as it
It's
gets.
embarrassing.
And it would feel
Ah,
When I
okay.
led 1-0 and my opponent just redoubled me to 8,
Yeah.
and I insta redoubled to 16
You know, it's like
in a 9.9.
so,
Okay.
Rocky.
I thought I was trailing.
3, 4,
Wait.
Rocky 4.
That's not legal, is it?
I gotta be beaten
You can
on the
send a
ropes.
cube 8 to 16 if you're 8 away.
Actually, I gotta do the.
Yeah.
I gotta do the David.
That's an
Cosmos
even larger
now.
blunder. You made an illegal move. Rory cheated in his
I cheated
against his own
I think
favor.
my match is over.
Oh my god. If you go try to fix that, that'd be wild.
I'll talk to you later.
Wait, what?
He-
Too good to not make the 5. Shit.
No way. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Oh, I hope shortly we're going to turn the cameras over to the playroom to see the fight that ensues. Rory goes and battles with the directors over the ruling. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Carter got an early cube. I did not see if it was even reasonable. But currently Victor has 2 checkers on the bar. He is insisting on getting a gammon to get back in this game. 4 down. He hasn't dealt with those back checkers at all. Splitting 24 to 23 for some flexibility seems kind of key here. Yeah. He heard me. Five, 3. I was playing a game like this where I was dead to a gammon and then my opponent found this hilarious double 5s that couldn't move. And then we played for 30 more minutes and I lost a gammon. A little awkward. He's kind of deep with these builders. Maybe you could start going to the outfield there, but having 2 to potentially close out always feels very natural. So now, like, yeah, 21 to 11 is a must. But this should be a gammon win for Carter. Both sequences. 5-4, I'm going from the front again. 23 to... See, he's like prioritizing getting something to close, but I mean, typically you don't like to put the checkers this deep for the closeout. You really want them to be like 6 away. Just get him as close to that. Otherwise, just leave that checker 7 away is kind of fine. Use an ace later, so he could have been using the 6 to come down to the 8 and played 11 to 10 in that sequence, and he's set up way better. But instead, he's kind of deep and inflexible and doesn't have as many checkers involved. 2, we don't have to leave it there. We could lift and just... but I think we have enough checkers in the zone to follow up when he does hit with the 4 anyway, so we can take the easy path and usually cover on this next roll when we're not hit. That's going to work. Finally, something going for Carter. Oh, we got Scott back too. Cool. Oh, like 150 people today too. I was wondering how the attendance would be on a weekend. Maybe more people in there. How many has Carter played with the 5s? Yeah, maximum safety. Is this maximum safety? Probably. Only leaves big sets. You're gonna leave that either way. Oh, and he's stacking up the ace too. Ugly bear offs today. Gotta talk to them about that. Alright, that's nice and safe. And Victor's going to stay up for a potential 1 last shot. One more fan is actually kind of nice here. Doesn't get it. Just going to lose a gammon. Resigns gammon, reasonable. I got to rewind the stream to see where he got that cube in. I hope it was ridiculous. 6 away, 4 away. If it was, Victor will be sure to tell me afterward. Then he'll be really annoyed that I didn't see it. Victor's starting the game with 6 checkers on his 6 point. This is illegal. Anyone in here? Go tell them they started the position illegally. Can you do that quick? Thank you. Or 2. He started with 6 on the 6 point and 4 on the midpoint. Yeah. 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 Pause him and tell him. Yeah. Okay, I'll go.
Oh, the starting position. 6-4.
Checkers in the wrong place?
It was extra checker.
You
here.
started with the 6 checker. On
Oh, you need the extra number. Oh, I see.
Any help I can get.
You want to get your clock?
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Yeah, they can just keep the dice on that and keep playing. It was just an illegal startup. I think that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the technical rules are on it, of course. Ideally, things like that just don't happen, but it's weird. Every now and then you set up the board wrong and just don't see it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Someone in the background is saying it's the rule 5 rolls and then it stands. I know there's some technical thing on that. I mean, again, my strong preference is to not have to go to a director and work that out and just have a nice opponent and be like, what's right, you know? If at some point it feels like it affects decisions, then sure, right? But I mean, here, probably, clearly not. And Carter catches another point quickly. Okay. I gotta start paying closer attention. They're playing fast. 4-1 is gonna be a split, yeah. And 4 away, 5 away, this is one of those confusing ones where the leader still has to be kind of aggressive with gammonish cubes to try to win the match in 1. Carter's gonna play down for the gammon. This is a priming roll. Why not make the 7? He's going to split here. Interesting. I would like to prime that checker or that point on the 24, but it leaves a lot of fly shots, so maybe he thinks it's not worth it. He could be right, too. Could be very close. Aces. Now he's going to do it when he could make the anchor. Goes for the double split with it. Okay. Very good outfield coverage. It's going to be difficult for Carter to get the safety here. Points on head, so leaves 5s. This is going to do something. We could... You don't really want to hit here. That checker on the 24 is right where you want it. It might be nice for tempo with all these blots around, but I think it's probably better to just play 23 to 13. Get a checker to safety. And hope that Carter doesn't point on your head. Okay, he gets to link up and make the 16-point anchor. That's a great shot, even though he leaves a direct 6. I think it's very much worth it. Victor doesn't do anything about it. This is actually kind of awkward, too, but makes a very strong board. And a threatening position for Carter. 4-3. Could hit 2. Could just safety up like this. I think if you hit 1, you do kind of want to continue the ace just for the tactical benefit of the second in the air, less shots. But it feels so impure, and I think he's a little afraid to do it against the stronger board. Makes sense, but the follow-up's going to be difficult. And Victor's going to solidify his position with that anchor. And I don't know what the race is, but it's looking like a pretty even game. $132 for whites. $124 for brown. I think after the roll. Okay, so before. So small racing lead for brown. So big set's gonna win it. Probably kind of either way though. I guess Victor might park on in the outfield if he rolls a big set himself and keep contact with that 16 anchor. 6-3 for Carter. Tactical opportunity to link up 1 blot and leave the 16, but I think it's probably better to play safe here. Victor's board is very strong. It's not going to get any easier. He makes that decision pretty quickly. Maybe worth spending some clock time on that. Okay, Victor frees up some timing. That's very nice. And 3-2. Carter's already out of options pretty much. He can leave the 16 and kind of reduce shots. What is it? It's 9s fly shots and a 2, but there's a blotting board, so the fly shots come with a price. And otherwise, we just have to trash our board and we hit contact for the rest of the game. It's hard to do this early and just rely on an immediate set. I think I actually, if we're going to play safe, I actually kind of like this variant better. The checkers feel more alive, and I see more ways to kind of play somewhat safely, but even this feels too stiff. I think I'm just going to go for the flexibility now. 13 to 8 is... 13 to 8 is actually probably better, because most of the time when our opponent hits us, we're going to get some sort of shot at that midpoint from the roof as well. But I'm freeing up one of those outfield points, I'm pretty sure. It just feels like now's the time. Victor's board's about to get even better. We have to make ours much worse to avoid doing it. So it feels like pay now for all those reasons. It's just, it's never going to get easier. So 4-2, gonna fill in, come in, risk sixes, who cares? Victor's like flexible. Okay, he finds the set and is happy that he waited now. Still has work to do to clear this, but definitely nicer when, no, he went back to the wrong point. This was an illegal play too. I won't run out and solve it if they both didn't see it though. So Victor actually has the flexibility to play 20 to 13. Because there's 2 dead checkers and a block behind, and it's as good as an anchor. It's still the same contact. Keeps. I think you got to find these big contact plays when your opponent buries 2 checkers behind you. And I think he will. Everything else isn't going to destroy the board or leave a shot in the outfield, all kinds of things like this. Sometimes I hate being over in the commentator booth and like wondering if I need to go tell them about illegal plays like that, you know? I don't know. I don't think spectators are supposed to in general, like, call it out. But that's also very frustrating to be like over the board and have to watch for that stuff. It's one of my least favorite things about live play. It's like a taxing skill in itself to have to make sure that your opponent makes legal moves, you know? Of course, I'm sure it was just an accident by Carter. That happens when you shuffle checkers around and leave them. Here's the argument for the touch play. Okay, this is the bold play that Victor finds. I strongly prefer coming off the 20, but this can also be okay. If you get hit in the outfield, you might come in deeper. You still maintain contact with that outfield point. And after Carter cleans up and makes a point like this, now I guess you're kind of happy to have the anchor again. So in this sequence, it seems to pay off. Yeah, whoever's trying the illegal play, just the 3s, he accidentally rewound to the 15 instead of the 16. So blocks double 5s now. That's nice. I don't know, but not a big difference really. Carter, if he's still ahead in the race, which he should be, should come here. Oh, this is interesting. He gets punished for it. This should have come to the 12 point, not had direct contact with the anchor and been easier to clear. But now it's going to go to the 11 and be a very difficult point to clear. So, and it does end up impacting the game quite a bit. Wow. And blocks the double 6s. No, that's 2. Okay. Goes both ways. That's completely wild. Oh, and 3s is going to clear. Jeez. I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell him. Well, I know Victor gets all of his matches. Okay. 4s is going to run now. I think, is he okay in the race enough to just go? I know Victor gets all his matches transcribed, so no. Carter's going to whip on race whenever he hits the clock. Showing that to him. Go ahead and think about it, but this is what's coming. Some opponents might be offended by that. Not Victor. 55, 20, 30, 60, 74. Way too big of a racing lead. Easy pass. I think it's about 20 in a short race. What a sequence. I should go tell him in the middle of the match and he'll tilt the hell out of him. I fixed 1 error in that game already. I can't fix 2. That's on you. Four-way. This is an exciting score. 2-1's going to be a slot. Both of them, they get into gammonish positions. We can send the cube a little earlier. It's a pass funny. It's a difficult one to calculate and know what to do with the cube. Very strange. This looks like it can make the 4 and the 11. You missed them. Did you see that whole sequence, Rory? like Carter rewound? Wait, what happened with is your match live or did you lose?
It was only a .101 error. I'm happy to know that.
Wait, how could it only be a .101 error?
Because I would have been down 8-1 anyways, so the match equity given up is too small.
Okay, that's fair. You missed Carter accidentally made an illegal play that like determined the game later. Like 5 minutes later.
Why did you call it?
Because it's like playing fast and rewind.
On the glass, yell.
They started the position incorrectly. It was 6 checkers on the 6 and 4 on the mid, and I went and fixed that. And then later in the game, they rewound to play. And it just seemed like it should be in like nothing, but some set made it like block double 6s, and it was just funny.
My stupidity gave equity to her, that's what I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Or I thought you might
I hope it gives to me someday. I figured I would know the status. Either there's a fight or not, right? Oh no. Rory just dropped his chocolate-covered coffee beans. Okay, this is not a gammonish position. This is going to be confusing and boring four-way cube. I don't know what the take point is. It's different for sure, but it's confusing. On the one hand, it might be like I don't know how it affects the dead cube take point, but the recube value of holding a 2 cube here is very high because when you send it back, your opponent can pass and be at I think it's 32% match equity, something like that. So that's going to be a really high recube take point, making it a very high value cube to hold. So it might slow you down in sending it. Makes it a little scary to double. Oh, is Scott saying the racing cube was a take? That's pretty wild if it was. I thought it was like 20 pips already. I mean, of course, a bunch of wastage that should adjust that, but it's hard to see fixing 20 pips. Yay. This must be a close race, I guess, if he's not counting it yet, but my instinct was that Victor was well ahead. $100 for Victor. 93 for Carter. So 7 before the roll. Victor had 9 after the roll. Oh, just 13 pips. Okay, you can take that then. Victor might be happy to pass it if it's close. Okay, even race now. But distribution a little better for Victor, of course. That gap on the 5 is going to be punishing. I don't think it's enough to send a cube, of course. But Victor's going to have to take a moment to figure it out for sure. He probably doesn't have the pip count yet. Okay, I had 16 after this. Going to take a checker off too. And likely a claim. I had 9. That's enough to send for sure. And Carter passes before the cube comes his way.
That one seemed.
That cube and
I don't remember that at all. I blacked that out.
I'm going to try to shut up while they talk smack to each other.
3 sets of 4 seemed a lot.
Oh, I see.
I mean, it's just,
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, we're going to be brothers soon, yeah?
Wish I got to hear him. All right, 3-way, not a lot of cubes for Victor. Aggressive cubes for Carter at the 4-way score. So a 5-2 run is kind of nice. Consolidating to a race would be very ideal at this kind of score. 6-6 is going to create a big lead for Carter here. I'm not sure what Victor can roll to stay in this game. Starting with a 2 is pretty good. I think Carter has to send this. Yeah. And the confusing part is whether I want to take it or not. And Victor takes it pretty quickly. Still a lot of life in this position. Can escape the single checker. And Carter's going to go for the slot right away. Seems over aggressive, but when it works, it's going to work and simplify the game quite a bit for him. Not too bad. 13-8 seems nice. I don't see a better. Rather start the next best point and be ready to hit if he doesn't cover, things like this. And very quickly, Carter has a 5 prime that Victor needs to get to the edge of and hop over to have a hope in this game. I don't think he wants to clear the 11. Just go ahead and start some points. Yeah, I like this. It does waste Gammon saving pips, so you can make that argument if he's already worried about losing a Gammon when he's closed out behind this 5 prime. This probably reduces that quite a bit. It's a bit of a resigned play, though. It's nice to try to contain that bar anchor more effectively, too. That's some of your, like, winning big here. Someone says they love the slot from Carter. Yeah, that is a hard thing to say. Interesting. I'm not sure what you found there. I didn't really look for alternatives, so it very well could be the thing to do and just something that he sees very easily. I don't know. It just seems like it increases the value of your opponent rolling 4s quite a bit, where he might be worried to park there and not doing that great to hop out to the outfield anyway. Another awkward 2-1. Okay. Carter has to leave a shot here. The 2 is going to come to the edge and make the 4. This is a very nice roll. He has a shot here now. And Carter is going to be hitting off the edge with 10s, 2s, 7s. There's the 10. But if he can hit back on the 3, he's got a nice board now. And instead, on the ropes for a Gammon here. 2's going to cover, 5's going to come in and thread more, I think. Oh, he's going to break contact. I don't know. I kind of want to focus against the single checker back on the closeout and not give Victor any of this turnaround potential of hitting from the bar there. Gets away with it. Ace-3. Okay, now it's time to bring checkers home and try to not have checkers left when you're closed out, so you only lose 2 points. New goal. 3-5, maximize off the midpoint. I'm not sure why he wants to make a point here. I guess he still has some counterplay if he gets hit. Makes it harder to attack him. Maybe I'm overplaying this idea, but yeah, what I'm thinking is just coming off the mid, and now I have, what is this, just 8 pips outside, which is probably like, I mean, definitely under 20% gammons, and each time I take more checkers in, gets less and less likely. Slotting, probably a little too early to have to do it. It's the easiest way to roll home, but you could still get counter-primed. Five, 6 makes the next point. Only 5 pips outside is under 10% gammons now. This likely brings a checker in, sure. And so Carter's best hope probably is to wait till Victor's structure starts cracking, and he could be recirculated if he gets so lucky, and otherwise he's just playing for the win. Like, hitting him must be too early here. I guess we're just going to do an awkward thing like put a checker on the edge of the prime, yeah. 6s is a great roll. Nothing changes. 6-2 rolls forward. Still waiting for Victor to crack. It's going to be hard to do in time. Now we're out of time, too, where we get hit and come back in on the ace. There is some cracking potential. Carter hoping for natural ways to close out. 6-5 is going to do that. That's probably the best variation for him at this point. I didn't look for the 6-1 big, but I probably would have cleared and tried to save gammons, but good question. 6-3. Okay, on we go. Victor gets the aggressive score cube now, too. Most likely. Unless he wins somehow. Yeah, Victor using that ace to play for sets just in case. Okay, but the 3s is going to do it. 5-4. He's gonna run. I think twice I've seen that now. I kind of prefer splitting still, but I could be wrong there. Hitting twice looks very nice at this kind of score. Unstack the 6. I think it's probably right in general, but looks extra right when you're 3-way, 2-way, and trying to get in some fun gammonish cubes. Three two is going to continue the blitzing plan. It is interesting when he's kind of deliberate about some of these plays. I guess you're trying to pick which checker. If you're blitzing, maybe you want him to be higher to hit next time. But I don't know. I'm going for the front one. And yeah, I think you got to pause and probably send the cube here just in case you point on head and do something. I mean, a lot of times Cutter's going to anchor, but you got to get that gammon for the match when it goes your way. It's going to be a clear pass if he points and Carter doesn't perform. Even hitting loose twice could be enough, so I think he's going to send this. Just required. Carter's happy to take. Too many winning chances to give up yet. Aces. What do we do? Do we make it, or do we prevent the anchor? I think we just have to make it. But it is awful tempting to hit that second one and make sure he can't roll the... 3-6 is a great shot from Carter. That's going to save a lot of the pressure he was under. But no anchor, so I guess Victor's not entirely upset with it either. What are we coming out to the bar? I like this. Cover the outfield. Don't give a direct 6 for the blot on the 15. Realizes that he could make an anchor here. Really wants to make the bar, but maybe he needs to make the prudent play at the score and leave nothing. And Victor will make an anchor of his own, and now he's got to survive this mutual holding game, which is exactly the kind of game Carter would like to be leading in the score. It's very nice to hold a 2 cube when you're just fighting for one game, and worst case, you're still got 33% to win. But you might just win the match here. Okay, Carter's going to point on head with that lone checker behind. Victor is probably just going to bounce out unless he needs contact. I mean, that's reasonable. I guess Carter doesn't have a lot of safe ways to play the next roll, so maybe 8-2 is the thing here. With our better board, threaten gammons, all this kind of fun stuff. 130 after the roll for whites. And 128, 134 for brown. So I had 4 pips. It's very hard to stay back and keep the contact, so this isn't too surprising, but tactically it feels worth considering. Makes this 2-1 play a lot less fun. It's probably got to just stack on the 3. 5-4 is just going to come around, though. Oh, it can make 2. Okay. 6-5 is just going to the deuce. Thinking about making a point and volunteering a shot and maybe leaving a gammon. I don't think so. Aces. That's not his best. Blocked from all the points that he wants to move checkers from. And this is just going to be simple. I would make the 5. I don't really know why it's better to clean up 2 blots. He must think he's getting contact soon, but I don't see any shot levers on this roll. Any reason to volunteer. 6s, okay. Going to take a clear racing lead. And now Victor's got to depend on his bar point to stay in this match. 4-3 he can keep. Yeah, I think he can keep the midpoint for one more roll and block certain things, like get more double shots if Carter needs to leave his midpoint for some reason. I don't know if I see a roll that's going to do that. But very soon he's going to have to release the mid for sure. 3. The question is, does he want to leave one there for some reason? I think 4-point board is enough to just rely on this bar point race, but sad now. Carter clears all the contact and should be a big favorite in the race in this to win the match now. Yeah.
revenge on you from last time, Gary.
6-1 clears for sure. We don't care about distribution or anything. We're so far in the head in the race, so we just got to make this safe. Big sets were the only disaster on that roll. Not anymore. They're going to be his best rolls now. 5s is going to get Victor back in the race. I think it's enough to just run with this. Now we care about distribution. 269 before that is 58. So Victor's 70, 66. So he's stuck 8 in the race. So still pretty good for Carter here. 5 sequences equaled it out, and then 11 and 4 pips is, of course, much better for Carter. That's just going to rip a checker. And clawing to stay alive now, Victor is. Well, we're guessing that they're playing in the 3s, but someone already shared that Carter's in like the 5s or something, and Victor's way down there. But again, 1 match PR doesn't mean a lot. Tells you more about how the match was than about how the player played. Fours was good. 4s is better for Carter. Victor running out of time to catch up in this one. An ace miss. Can there be 2 more? Okay. 2 more aces in a row would buy Victor a roll. And he's gonna need him to do it. His only way to have a chance. Still gonna have to roll a set as well to get back in this. And no aces game. Good match.
What's that PR?
Alright.
Good luck.
I really have no idea
You're
how
in,
this
you're still in the super jack or
No,
no? Oh shit. Sorry.
Oh god. What a match. Someone in the chat says over 4 is bad. I don't know about that, man. There might be like 100 people in the world at the best that average under a 4. And people that average, like Mochi still plays matches over a 4 or at a 4. You have to play some of those and then some 1s along with it to average the low 2 that he does. 4 is pretty damn good. But again, in 1 match, and it depends. But short break and we'll figure out what's coming up next.
Did I not get the time?
No, I think someone said you were in like the, I can't remember what it was. Someone shared the PR at someone. Oh, we got Carter. Carter is like still desperate to know what his PR was.
No, I'm not. I just want.
Even though he hates PR.
I just want to make sure.
First thing he comes
so
to.
people could be like, Victor played at 2.2.
The most memorable part of this match, Carter, and I don't know how to tell Victor this though.
Go ahead.
In the same game,
Okay.
you played a double 3s, rewound it illegally,
Oh, nice.
and then replayed it, and that ended up winning you the game
Oh,
when it blocked double 6s later in the race.
oh man.
And it was just so fast. I was like, I can't run out there and correct this, right? Like, I don't know what's right with illegal moves tournament.
Like I think you're supposed to, but I don't know. But I didn't mean to make it illegal.
Like, it's not like, yeah, of course, it was totally accidental.
Like, so I thought that was. 'cause I
You
didn't
had this
block-
16-point anchor. You just like ran it all the way around and then ran it back to the 15.
I didn't want to block. I,
mean,
didn't
consolation-
necessarily want to be 6 away. So I was like thinking,
With
I'm just
Chris
going
and
to put
I
it because I
dropped
didn't
out
think
of
it could go.
Yeah.
Let alone knowing I was just like, yeah, well, I knew his loaded dice versus my loaded dice. Sometimes you have to prepare for that. You have to know that the double 6s are going to be a thorn. And when we rolled the 3 double 4s in a row, I was feeling good. Because when we got to 7-1, I told him, I go, now this is Rocky, this is Rocky 4. Now I have to come back from here. I'm like bloodied, and he's like, okay, Carter. And so I went on that 7-point run, and then he stole that point with the double 4, double 4, double 4. And I was really irritated. But then I was like, okay, let's just finish this.
My double with 980 looked very suspicious. I thought he would. I didn't think he would pass, but I hoped he would pass.
Yeah. Oh no, there's something way.
The last cube.
There's something way worse.
The
than-
last cube.
I like your double. Yeah, I thought it was a take, but
Is it? No.
I didn't
take is super easy.
yeah, but I thought you had the cube. I don't think you can afford to wait a roll.
Did you check?
No, I didn't win it.
No, there's something
The-
way worse happened that he just told
We
me.
can go look at it.
We don't want to look at it.
So, do you remember the game where Carter had like the 16-point anchor and eventually you rolled sixes that were blocked and you just lost the race? I think it might have been in that same 5-way, 4-way kind of scoreline.
I don't understand.
It was the one where I came out and corrected.
You were anchored on the 5.
Yeah.
And I blocked the 6s. I didn't want the contact necessarily because I thought I was winning the race, but I ended up blocking 6s, and then you
Oh
rolled
yeah,
double
double
6s,
two.
right?
You should go with one maybe.
No.
No. So in that game,
Yeah.
Says I
he never
played
should have
it.
had the option to go to the 11 because he played threes illegally before that
I didn't know.
to get there on
Like,
accident.
he just told me. And I
So he
was
tried to like move from the 16 and rewound it to the 15, which made the 2s play to the 11 later, which blocked the 6s, which won him the game. But
Because I rolled up 6.
But I didn't know. Like I didn't want because I thought I was
But
winning
it
the
was
race
completely-
handily. I
I
didn't want
knew
the
he was
contact.
cheating me.
Exactly.
I knew.
You know,
I'll
when-
watch him
when-
next time. He
when, like,
moves too fast.
right, that's exactly. You just do this a little bit, and sometimes the position's better, right?
How does XG pick up on that, guy?
And he also, checks how I move my checks. Like I can cheat, So
You have to see the.
he does the whole thing. So anything interesting one? Like anything?
I wasn't transcribing it as I went. I mean, there are a lot of interesting decisions. I
My
think.
take on the initial
Oh,
cue when I
no!
get the
Did I
honor.
have any cube at 4? Because I thought it's a pass. I don't know if it was too good. It was like between, like when I was leading 5-1 and I was, up 17 piece.
I thought you can never send that cube, but
Oh, I thought
yeah,
you were
those are
just going to
difficult
gamble.
Why not?
because like
It's a
you
pass.
you kill all your gammons. Maybe
I do.
yeah, it could be a pass.
No, but that's why. I mean,
it could be. Also, Carter might take it. So I don't
You
know.
never know,
Like,
baby. You never
He seems
know.
like a taker in those spots. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought
You
I
never
have
know,
chance for
kids.
gammon, and my losing
Yeah.
chance is not that big. I mean.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. No, I thought I was thinking just too good,
I mean, the
but
key was again. Remember, I told you before the last match. In this tournament, every match, people give me the cube that he gave me at 7-1. I remember when he said nothing, like 3 plus, and they gammon me. Nothing done it twice. Niago done it as well. See, I'm steadily like normally winning.
yeah.
And then they just start throwing these cubes, and, I just, like, and then he said, "You know what? You roll too well. I rolled a couple of double
Double
fours."
Three, not a couple.
Yeah,
A couple
three.
is 2
Three double fours.
in a row.
So fucking
In a row.
He said, "New dice, He gave me this cube on 0-point board, with 3 bloods, and I fend like
Hey,
25 times.
They
with
were
2-point board.
builders when we weren't hitting them. they were blots only when you were rolling. They were builders.
So
for me.
nothing interesting that
Oh, there was lots of interesting stuff, and we were getting answers. I mean, I don't remember.
I mean,
though. I don't have that kind of
So, no,
photographic
but I
memory.
mean,
for
like
sure.
people wasn't
Yeah.
checking anything that
Some were. I can't. I just can't.
I'm
Like I
gonna
didn't
get
say.
They
fired.
weren't checking you.
Yeah,
baby.
right,
They
right.
were checking. You were. They're like, what the fuck? How does he pull this off?
Well,
Excuse the
on
language.
the positive side, I may leave Sunday.
Hey, I'm
Ah.
gonna get you to back to your girl.
Someone in the chat was transcribing as you went, but I don't know if he finished it.
Yeah,
Oh,
It probably gets
person.
hard.
They both got a,
it will
got
be
carpal tunnel.
transcribed for me. So
Right.
It's
Still
not
get
the
to see
issue. I'm
it.
just saying, like, if some
That 6-away score was the most 5-1 score line in just that cube. Most interesting I saw you. I think you were
which
I-
one?
There was some point where you the cube you were talking about.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's a Q. I mean, I'm sure it's a T.
Yeah.
I wanted him to pass that, but
Yeah.
with Carter, you never know.
Hey.
Sometimes he's a taker, sometimes he can pass.
This is just like that's like the one out he can get an 8 cube in then, right? So
Oh, you
the
mean
kind of
8
game-
that 8 cube?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't that much.
What's up,
guys?
concern for me,
Michael Niago and Chris Trencher waiting.
Okay.
You guys good?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 1 minute.
Thanks. Next matchup is going to be Michael Niagu and Chris Trencher. That should be a good one. My roommate. Chris Trencher is my roommate. There you go. Yeah, man. Very solid player from New York, and Michael Niagu we got to see last night. Super
Team
strong as
Canada.
well. Yep.
Right.
Had to play nice and late. Yeah. Or part of the 56-star US. It's,
Yeah,
it's
hey,
kind of up
you
to him.
know.
We'll see what it is today.
U.S. and outlying territories. Come on.
All right, there we go.
All right, see you next.
Good match, Carter.
Thanks.
This is my seat over here. Okay. Good.
Are we good to go?
We are good to go.
Yes. We want to move the cue from. There we go.
I know the rules. I know I'm not supposed to beat you.
I'm saying hold this token before I like in New York.
There they are at the board already. All right, getting set up. Right back into the action. Yeah, I think Chris was talking a little bit about I think he's got the Grandmaster title on BMAP, one of the people that submitted many matches too. I think current average is under a 4, and it's gotten as good as like mid to low 3s as well, and occasionally or something like that. I don't know. Very strong player too, though. Michael with the double hit here. Okay, they're playing a 9-pointer, so this is round 1 of the consolations. That means, I guess, both these players have lost a match in the main and are fighting on in the secondary bracket. Two, and then I think 6 out to the 16. Coming out to the bar is going to leave some, I don't know, double hits and good 6s and things like that. But I guess it's a double covered anchor. Yeah, that makes sense too, actually. Maybe we should stay more connected. Plays a lot better on this roll.
It was like pulling a bandit, all the hair was getting pulled out.
Let's see, we can anchor and make the 9, and then what? The only point on head number is to make the deuce, which seems pretty scrappy when your opponent has the 22 and the 18 slotted. So I think anchoring and probably 3 to the 9. Of course, a very strong candidate is just make the 5, the offensive 5, but I think we can do 2 good things instead. So he's going to look at the blitzing alternative. Only 7 in the zone. Your opponent has an anchor slotted. This just looks like how can this work kind of thing. I don't think he'll choose this play. But that's the big hint to me. So you have 3 checkers back and 7 in the zone, and so blitzing should not be the right thing. Oh, did we just ask people to stop being noisy over there? That happens. People like to focus. I'm guilty of that all the time, too. I don't know. It's a tournament. People are out here having fun, too. I know you want to focus over the board, but that's why I wear my headphones. Can't distract me if I have those on. I expect he'll find this solid play here. You want to help me out, Albert? Are you still alive? All right.
Still alive, but got a little
Oh,
late
cool.
from the match.
Albert on a small break. Chris thinking about an early game, first game, double 4s. And he's going with this 7 in the zone blitzing play, it looks like. I like the solid, make the anchor, and 3 off the 9. I'm not sure. Maybe he sees some tactic. Better player than me. I trust him.
This is consolation.
Yeah, it looks like it says round 1 consolation. I don't know if it's actually round 1 or not, but yeah. 9-point match. Are you still live in the main, Albert?
I'm alive in the consolation. My friend Carter dusted me off twice this weekend already.
Oh, wow.
We played
okay.
in the first preliminary round, in
Jeez.
which I won nary a point, and
Yeah.
then we were drawn together this morning, and I won some points, but not enough points.
Yeah. He just scraped one out against Victor Ashkenazi to stay
I
alive.
heard that.
Down 7-1 and pulled it out in the end.
Yes.
It's an exciting match. 6-2. This is, well, if nothing else, Chris has created a very complicated position here
Yeah.
now that I don't know how to
I
continue.
might just hit him. I might just hit him here on the 5-point.
It looks so natural, but it feels like probably the wrong game plan,
You think
too.
so?
I really don't know. You're outboarded.
But he's
You
got
know?
nothing to pursue a attack with on his side of the board.
Yeah, this is perfect for Chris. He's going to make the anchor hitting and then hit loose on the 3, I think. I don't even think there's another play.
No.
I guess he could lift or something weird like this, but yeah. Continuing his 7-checker blitz.
Might be a while before he can cover that checker on the
Yeah.
3-point.
No dice on checker, so no fan. Much better.
Be a very long time.
Oh, double 5s was going to cover it. Now I guess it's going to make the 8. I mean, this is a great roll either way. You really need those checkers in the zone and that landing point in front of the bar point anchor. So I think 3's just coming down.
If we can put a second checker on the bar and bring a cover, I think I'd go after him.
I don't think so. I think I'm just consolidating my position. Again, now I have 4 checkers back. And I'm trying to use that last checker to make the 3-point. What do I do when he enters on the 5? Am I any happier that he didn't hit me? I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
It sure is tempting when you started the blitz, I guess. But
Yeah.
I guess here's another argument for it, too, is like, what's the safe entering role for Michael? It's pretty stripped.
Right.
Not a lot of productive things.
Yeah,
to
so I
do.
guess you're hoping to bat him back a few times, bringing material into the zone
Yeah.
while you do so. So that is a mistake I do tend to make when I just see blood in the water, even if I don't have much teeth. I
Just
often
hit. Yeah.
Overextend,
That's like everyone's instinct, I think.
run
You
out
know?
of steam.
Ooh, 5-3 is a nice shot. Oh, sorry. For Chris, that would have been a nice shot. This is probably good for
Yeah.
Michael, too. Wow, how does he do it, though? He can make 4 blots and hit or not.
I think you've got to anchor, don't you? I mean,
You already have an anchor, but if you don't make a new anchor, then your plan is, I think, to break the anchor. But I don't know.
yeah. You've got
This
to,
is pretty wild. This is 5 checkers back. How do you ever lose to a blitz? So, I mean, you should be able to remake the 20 or the 22. But I think also everything's going to hit you back from the bar. So this seems too loose. So I guess I'm just going to come in and play any 5. None of them are good, however.
no, they're not.
What is our best? Like
Maybe
8 to
Maybe
3?
start your 3-point.
Yeah.
Certainly won't hit.
Yeah, I'm probably playing from the 8 or the 6. I don't want to strip my midpoint and make a stack of 5 on the 8s, but this is a very difficult roll. Very awkward. I guess you could come
This
in.
is the play I want to see as a spectator.
What if he came in on the 20 and just played a 3 somewhere? Like 6 to 3 instead. Feels more flexible, at least. I don't know. 3s are going to be duplicated a little bit. No, sorry, it's 2s to hit then. I don't know. This roll sucks. Throw it back. Get a new one.
I'm kind of behind on the lingo. I've never gotten used to regarding the bar point, your opponent's bar point, as an anchor.
Oh, no? Really?
Yeah,
that's
I don't know
fascinating.
which books I haven't read where that's the like that isn't in McGreal, is it? Does he call that an anchor?
I don't know if he did. I've always called it an anchor, and I had to talk myself into calling the 17, 16, 15 as like a kind of anchor too.
Yeah.
And that like helped me think about the game when I started treating them that way.
Because
But
for me, the metaphor of an anchor, it's a solid base that keeps you from being swept away and
Yeah.
and keeps you from being closed out. So since the
Yeah.
bar doesn't keep you from being closed out, it just doesn't feel anchory to me. It feels like I'm washed away at sea. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
Kind of, but
I know what you're saying for sure. 2-5. Is this the best we can do with this? I guess so. Man, what a weird game this is.
yeah, no.
We might not get through game 1 for another 30 minutes. All because Chris had to blitz with his 4s. Now we got to continue that idea, hit and cover, right? This looks
Okay,
nice to buy some time. And if Michael fans for 10 rolls in a row, we might be able to get 4 of those checkers around or something, right? And then we'll have things to think about. Yeah, I guess it'd be really nice to make any sort of outpost for Chris. Hitting's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Didn't see that. But just landing a checker out in the outfield for a roll, hoping to make it later, seems very nice here. I don't think we're really worried about material to make the bar or the ace. I think the priority is to get the back checkers moving. This could make the bar, I guess, but it's probably better to just go all the way 24 to 13.
I would think so. I don't see a real utility in his bar at this point. I would run all the way.
Making the bar would let you release the 20 more comfortably, is about all it does. I mean, not that there's any concern of that right now, but it also might look like better distribution for next roll since we have this goofy 23 point. You don't really want that anymore.
Now,
And
at some
now-
point, this becomes a cube because
4 back to 4 back. One of us doesn't have a second anchor. Yeah, okay. I'm starting to see it. So it
Yeah, I
should
mean,
be kind
there
of lead.
wind up to be quite a few gammons here, and like, White is or Michael's desperate to get in, but once he gets in, still has no development, and
Yeah.
it's going to be an uphill battle to
Yeah, I do like the
develop
cube
a
now.
holding game. So
I thought it would take a lot longer than this, but I
this would
see
make me
it.
uncomfortable. I wouldn't like to be cubed here.
I think it's a fine pass. The best back game, quote unquote, that you can make is the ace along with the 5, which is his trash.
is,
Michael
yeah.
says this is too long of a game to let go.
This is really interesting. I wish we had a.
I guess the merit of taking for sure is just eventually entering 2 checkers on the 20 even.
Yeah.
Well, Chris has to
Right.
bring that around. There is a long way to go with that.
Yep.
The far less likely thing is that Michael just fans forever
Right.
and gets gammons like we were talking about. This is going to have to consolidate a block now, yeah.
I mean, so this is clearly a take now.
Yeah.
Once you get one of those checkers in on the 5. Yeah.
But like you were saying, with no development, he has some very awkward plays now. Has to
Yeah.
figure out where to
You can get hit again.
place the shot best here.
And then the kind of surprise gammons start creeping up on you. Once you get 4 or 5 checkers on that 5 point, you can lose a gammon without
Yeah. A nice racing
without
gammon.
being closed out or anything. Yeah.
6-2 misses. I'm starting to like the bar point more. Maybe not. I don't know. What can I do?
You could make that bar point and hop out and just challenge him to.
I kind of like parking there because it duplicates the 4s that make the 16. I noticed that, and then we can safety a blot. This is where I landed. I didn't
I
see
see.
if there's any other plays.
Right. I didn't see that duplication.
So 6-4 must have to point on head.
Get some work out of those checkers.
Yeah, I don't see any other use of a 6. So
When you wind up playing a 5-point holding game, the low point, doesn't necessarily hurt that much. Whereas
Yeah.
if you're playing a 3-point game, you really can't afford to have your points out of order.
yeah. 6-3 is going to make a blocking plan. Okay, this is a little bit of something for Michael to work with.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Ooh, aces is very ugly. It's going to
Yeah.
clear the bar, I think, and break one inner board point. Best we can do with it. Oh, we can
Or just
shift
shove it along, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah?
shove it along.
Yeah, okay. I missed that the ace was open. Ooh, what does this do? Yeah, feels like we want our checkers working together like this.
Now
Feels
who's playing the holding game?
Yeah, is there any way Michael's close enough in the race to make this like... Feels like you want to stay on the anchor forever if you're behind. But this just like visually looks more appealing.
I make a lot of those visually appealing blunders.
152 before the roll for white, so 132 after, 60, 76, 70, 97, 117, 123. So way down in the race. No, 123 to 132 I just said. So like 9 after the race. So this feels reasonable. This is probably the most. I think he might be. I think Chris is still ahead 9. I don't know. That was pretty fast counting, but we can change the triple shot to a double shot, or we can just start some points. I kind of like playing from the bar here, but maybe for the flexibility, this makes some sense. You're still linked up with your 20 when he hits 2, so 6s from the bar could potentially get you a shot back. And I don't even know if Michael needs to hit. He can just make the bar point.
So
He's still outboarded and doesn't want this sort of contest,
8 returns. Feels
They're
like
pretty
a lot.
punishing returns, yeah.
The bar point is useful, right?
Yeah. I think that's a big part of your game plan when you have 3 checkers back on that 20 point, Someone in the chat says McGrill did not define the bar point as an anchor.
Well, thank you. I'd be very curious to know who did, like where
Yeah.
that first came up.
Well, he goes with the hit. I heard some rumor though about that's the wrong 6 from the bar. Someone was saying in Roberti's latest book that he had some discussion about McGrill late in life deciding that the bar point was stronger than the 20 point And I don't know if he said is an anchor, but it's like the nicer thing to have.
Of your opponent's bar point. No,
Your
that's-
defensive bar point
Huh.
versus 20 point. It's super easy to take with it. I mean, I have
Right.
found that. It makes a lot of sense to me.
I mean, when you're settled into the holding game, like at the end, like when your opponent's trying to clear, I mean, clearly the direct contact with the mid
Yeah,
is
right.
superior. But like, is that hold true early in the game? Like you would rather make?
Must win more, right? But I don't know. I really don't know. I can't wait to get to that part of the book.
Yeah, I'm sort of a quarter of the way through the second volume myself.
Yeah. Oh, I'm still in the first one, so I got to get that one too.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm all of a sudden a bunch of books came out. I haven't finished.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like halfway through all of them.
I think that was an interesting effect of COVID. You know, people are home, like, oh, I can do with my time. I guess I'll write a backgammon book.
Yeah.
Not that was Bill's project was very long in coming, but I feel like some of the other books that have popped up, it's like, oh, what a great way to use your time.
And now this is I think this is the clear play for Chris. I'm not sure what other options he's looking over. I guess he could slot the 3 instead. Maybe he's counting the pips real quick too. But this is going to be interesting cube decisions coming up for Michael now. I think the races should be about even, but with 4 checkers stuck back and maybe Chris starting to crack his board and not having the flexibility to deal with this position, it seems very reasonable to send.
Do you have
something.
anyone in the feed doing XG? I'd love to know about that initial cube decision where
Oh, interesting.
I agreed with Chris on it. But it's clearly come back around to bite him.
Massive take note. I'm trying to. I don't know. It might be last game. I'm not sure. I'm not paying close enough attention. Apologies. 3-2 slots 2 points or comes out to the bar. Yeah, for some flexibility. Yeah, it's such a problem to get going. This, I feel like Chris has gained something here, so I wouldn't be thinking about the cube again if I didn't send it last time as Michael, unless he rolled some really large roll. I didn't see what the number was.
What's the count?
I'm not sure. I don't have it.
I've been impressed by your running count. I was very skeptical of the utility of that. It might not be right for my brain, but here's a cube. But I was, I didn't realize it was something you wrote online or something that I'd never realized that. Well, it's so hard to keep track. If you hit somebody, then you have to add and subtract. And you're like, no, it's just the number that you hit from.
Yeah.
I'm being paged.
All right. Man, I was ready for that conversation too. Good luck, Albert. Yeah.
It makes sense now.
Yeah, right. Makes it possible, right? So, take it easy, Albert. And this 4 cube, yeah, it feels like a take. I didn't see what the numbers were there. But tiny double, large take. That was the initial double, almost a okay. What about this cube? Be interesting to know what the 4 cube is. He's just gonna. Did he roll this 3-2? Yeah, he must have. He's got to figure out how to play it now. Yeah, that is a difficult roll. I don't know what I do with it. I guess you would like to make the bar point with blots and board. You leave 5-4, 5-5, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6. It's going to be just a. This is another way to do it that's less blots. I like this better. With the blot on the board, you have a little incentive. Instinctually, I think you probably have to go for it, but it depends on the race a lot. 78, 85, 95, 105, 109, 110, and 118 for Brown. 110 after this roll. We could make the bar and come off the 20. Maybe that's the best we can do. I don't see any other 6s, really. Well, 6 is going to go to the 14. And with the blot behind, I guess we can park it there. There's a lot of things we can do. But I kind of like the bar point better here. I think he's going to find 20 to 14 for sure. This is also an option. I mean, you're still kind of primed by 4 points either way, depending on the race, all these things. I'm not sure which you like better. I don't know why like a visual thing here, I guess. Like if your opponent points on, I don't think your opponent can afford to make the 5 point on your head here, ever. I mean, maybe there's some hitting covers kind of things. Some 2s that didn't cover. Yeah, it's like a class Chris always says a class of numbers. It's going to create hits with a 2 that are going to cover that point. And so I do see the argument for not switching there in that sense. Yeah, okay. Probably a good tactical find. (5-2), for example. So what does it do now? I don't know if it does this. This is a ton of returns. The first thing that I see is just clearing the point that covers 8-6, 8-3. Again, it's so race dependent. I got to catch up on that. 80, 98, 107 for white. After the play is 100 to 58, 62, 72, 82, 92, 101, and 108. So 8 pips ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's too tight of a race to leave all these shots, so you just got to find a conservative plan like this. So white ahead 8, white ahead 2 now. This is just going to make the outfield point. This is a huge step in the right direction for Chris. Covers the block too. Now he's got that link and can probably afford to leave to it quite often in this game. White ahead 12. But really he's more likely to break the midpoint. Sorry for the timing and keep the contacts because he's down a little bit. This is not good. I think we can duplicate 2s a little bit and just play 14-8. Yeah, I like this. We want our board though. Can't afford to give that up down the race. So white 6, white 12. Fine roll for Michael. He's going to be patient. I think Chris will remove that contact on the midpoint here. Slot the 5. Not a lot of their options. Which 6 he's looking at now? I think I'm keeping the anchor. There's still like, there's not that many good numbers that like pick and pass and things like that, but I don't know, you just want the anchor. So white 3. I think we're gonna white 11. Yeah, this is gonna be the easiest to clear and most flexible, so I like this play from Michael. It's gonna create a situation where Chris is likely to have to crack his board or run off the anchor while Michael's still clearing here, which would reduce the risk by quite a bit. Certainly a chance that Chris can roll doubles and just race away too, but 6-5 he'd probably go. This is going to block double 6s and double 2s. Before it was double 4s and double 2s. Blocks 3s as well. Only partially though. So if he's worried about big racing doubles, this might help prevent that a little better. So maybe, I mean, if he was trying to do that, if he was down in the race, it'd be clear to probably stay on the 11 and 10 and just make the 4. Seems reasonable though. He's got some numbers to clear this too. I think I like the 9 a little better though. It just looks more flexible to me. But once the 9 is stripped, it's still going to be a hard point to clear. So merit to this too. Certainly. I think that was a 3-1. I forget, 11-7 and then whatever that 4-2 or something. I don't know. 5s, we're definitely running. And it's unlikely that Chris will have a recubed 8 already, but he's going to be leading most likely. But yeah, I think this race is pretty dead even, and he's just happy to be hanging on to it now. That's a big number. 1 ahead 2 ahead 6. There's 9. So now I think Michael should be ahead 2. No, Michael's ahead 3. Okay, Chris 2. Oh, back and forth, sweating the cube every roll. Okay, Michael had 6. Chris 2. Michael 6. Chris 1. Michael 6. And Chris 3. 4. And so with Michael at 4, theoretically being on roll is worth 4 pips. So Chris is thinking, I mean, even in the race, on roll, even in the race is pretty strong this late in the game. So he does have a lot to think about. This could be a cube. 7 checkers off to, or 7 checkers remaining to 9-2. 8, sorry. So 1 checker ahead, but on the lead roll clearly. And now we're getting closer to 3-roll. It should be not that many misses for Chris. Most doubles are going to work for Michael as well. So this looks like a recube to me. And Michael's going to have to figure out if Chris is far enough off of a pure 3-roll to be able to take this. The sequences, I guess he can roll a 3-1 right away and have a lot of trouble, maybe not. 2-1 is interesting. Yeah, I like this. I think there's enough for Michael to play it, and we're likely to have 8 points in the first game. That's exciting. See what Michael decides, though. Huge take here. Yeah, this is confirmed with someone doing the transcription, I hope. Sure looks like it. It looks like a lot of way for this to turn into not a 3-roll for Chris, or at least enough to generate a take. It's important to remember that a pure 3-roll is not a huge pass. I mean, it's 150, it's very clear, but not too much has to change to bring a little bit of equity back, enough to be able to play this out. I wonder what Michael's going through, trying to calculate all the ways to get off that lead roll for Chris. His issue is that if he rolls an ace, he has 2 consecutive aces is going to take him off the lead roll, and double aces don't work for him. So he is missing some of the catch-up numbers, so he needs it to be a little better than usual. And it's more important that the trailer have the ways to catch up than that the leader have the perfect 3-roll position to be able to take that. Doesn't like the cube here. I feel like I like the cube, though. I mean, that's a huge market loser, right? Like, this is just such a clear pass. I think it's going to be decided a lot of the time. And gotta dodge. 2s are better. All right. And off to Crawford we go. Yeah, I think so, but I didn't see.
Yeah, I got to report and I'm playing PMAB.
Or 1. Well, our game plan now looks like racing because we're leaning a little bit, but tactically it still feels nice to hit 2. Just freeze all development, but I think the 13-8 makes sense. It's the strategy. 6-4 can probably make the 2, sure. Or run if he's certain that he's down enough in the race. It's kind of close, though. They both seem viable. I guess it must be making the 2. It's even close. Getting hit just costs too much. 3-1 is a nice development for Michael, of course. 3-4 is going to be a builder and then step up for the anchor. Looks nice. Five, 4 should hit off the edge. Try to take control of this position now, even though he's leading the race. It's hard to win if once your opponent has the anchor. It's going to be a lot of work. And then the 3 with it, I don't know. I guess down should be fine. Out to the bar, I don't like giving good 6s when my opponent enters, but cleaning up, I guess, is an option too. Okay. Just try to consolidate a racing lead. 3-2. That's interesting. That's a dilemma between anchoring past and just attacking, but you have the better board still. Better point and better purity. Help you make a prime. And Chris is hitting for sure. That 22-point anchor last roll for white felt very nice against that heavy stack on the 6 and the made 2, though. Now I think we'll be anchoring past instead of continuing the attack, but I guess I'm not sure. Only 8 in the zone, just it's starting to, you're running out of ammunition a little bit, but Michael's going to keep going for it. And in on the 2, hit with the 3. Scott reminded me to like this video again. Thank you. I honestly do that on the stream every time he says it. It's funny that I can't remember. Or 3. I'm tempted to just run against 4 checkers back. I hope it works and I only have 1 checker to deal with. Everything else just feels like it overruns my position. I know I don't want to stack a 6 checker from 13 to 6. Hitting to 2 just feels like, why do I need to do this? How do I'm not trying to follow up on a blitz against an anchor with a weak 2-point board. It just seems like the thing that fits the strategy, 21 to 14. Even if we're hit in the outfield, some bad things happen. Our opponent might bring a checker into the zone. We lose a little ground in the race. Of course, we prefer not to be hit. But when it works, we're really happy. Got something else involved in the battle, but he goes for the double hit instead. Okay. Some tactical advantage to that. Eventually, when we're trying to clear this race, we would like that checker off the ace, and this is a moment that we can make that happen. Once you put a checker there, you like to cover it. So that's what the 4-1's likely to do. And Michael's going to have the pure side of this game to play. I think 13 to 8 is the nice next step. Get something involved, but he wants to come to the outfield? Okay. This makes it harder for 3-4s and things like that to park in the outfield. I mean, they hit now, of course, but 6-1 is a good example. This could just come from the 23. It's out of direct range of that blot on the 16. 4-2 is it gonna point on head or hit another checker? I think usually you make the point in these situations and hope to pick up the other checker later. Here it looks different. It looks very good to hit. I think we've had a lot of these dilemmas over the weekend. This is the first one where I'm really attracted to the hit on the 9 for some reason. I think if our opponent gets that 1 checker home and only has 1 more to deal with, we really have a hard time turning this around. It's just important to have the 2 to work with. But he gets hit, unfortunately. But still he has 2 behind structure, which is an improvement at least, I would say. It's not all bad. Oh yeah, I don't know what Michael Miyagu's Galaxy handle is, but should be a very strong rated player. Chris Trencher, of course, too. Don't know what either of their handles are. In on the 3 and hit, and Chris is succeeding in keeping from Michael having enough material to develop his front position. (3-1). That one doesn't move, Chris. So I think you're going to play 22 to 18. Funny little 2 prime he's stuck behind there on the midpoint. Yeah, other people like the hit with the 4. I agree. In with the 4, and then do we really want to make blots out of 1 more of our points? Maybe we have to. I don't think so. I think this one I'm just finding 16 to 15 probably. I like to keep the contact back in the board. Brown doesn't have anything too productive to do on next roll. So let him move forward a little bit and hope to pick up a blot with a better shot later. And keep the structure that we do have for now. 6-5, where does this get? We can get to the 13, 18 to 13 for sure, and then any 6 you like, I guess let's just play with 1 blot. Come out 21 to 15. I think that's a pretty clear path to victory for Chris. If he can just, with only 6 checkers of structure in front of him, even if he gets hit by the double shot in the outfield, he's going to have a ton of time to try to hop out and slam home. So I think that's the game I'm playing for with a huge racing lead here. Cool, hit 2 confirmed. Yeah, this jumps out as an option too. I don't know why you want a second blot involved though. I guess the 2s are unlikely to hit unless they're double 2s. That one's gonna get you. Kind of well placed to do something next roll too, but not sure. Okay, for sure we're playing 2018 with 2. Michael doesn't like to look at pieces of the play, it seems like, though. And then I guess just 15 to 11 with it. There is the funny play of switching 6 to 4. It can't be too bad. At least prevents an anchor high for now. But not enough structure to want to deal with the impurity for me. 13 to 9 is an option with it too, instead of 15 to 11. Leaves a direct or indirect 5s from the bar. Yeah, okay, so he's going to start to look at this. Oh, I see. He could actually just not hit the 18 and make the best 3-point board. That's an interesting option. I'd rather have 2 checkers, though, that I'm fighting with. So he's decided that he needs to hit loose on this one. Okay. Okay. Seems okay. I almost like the switch better than this, though. Still, like, I mean, you're just so low on structure that I hate to give up a point like that. Yes, gammons aren't worth anything either, so... Not sure if that affects that play exactly. I'm not even sure you... Yeah, I guess you want the board anchor there, sure. 4s is a huge roll from Chris. I think you can make another board point here now. Actually, no, there's too many 5 checkers to get home without a landing point. I don't like it. I think the 9 looks attractive. Just linking up to the 13 looks attractive, but I think that's a little overrun to play 8 to 4. We could also make the 17 and just slot the 9. This hopes that Michael fans for a while. When he doesn't, I think we really regret it. I think we're going to be leaving shots all over the place trying to clear the 13 and get those back 2 checkers home. 4-1, we're going to be limited on options. Probably 13 to 8, 13 to 9, 17 to 16. No. So 17 to 16 would generate a double shot, so that can stay put. We can play 21 to 16. That also looks like just way too many shots. The downside of 13-8 is that it creates a 3rd blot to deal with, but I don't know. I just don't like this roll. Nothing's very good, but for whatever reason, 13-8 looks like it can develop best, but this is the problem with not having the 8 point. There's not a lot of good options here. Oh yeah, he can play an ace behind and just make like a safe for 1 roll play. Okay, I like this. This is a good find for Chris. The board structure isn't helping a ton here. 6s. So if he plays 20 to 14, he generates nice 6-away contact with that made 17 now. But I think he releases some pressure from the midpoint, where I guess it's only 5-3 right now, has a landing spot. So I think being down this far in the race, maybe keeping some further back contact is more important. But right now it looks tactically nice against that 17, and it makes a prime against the 13 too. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Hearing about the 4-1 to play. 3-6. I think that's forced. And the further checker is missed. That's pretty nice. So we can break a point to hit and leave 4 blots around, or we just make our board and play a deuce somewhere. Still going to take a lot of work for Chris to get past this structure, and it's just so loose. He's still outboarded to hit. We can just be out of the game instantly if we go with this hit, so this seems reasonable too. To not leave a shot at all. But I kind of like starting to build the board, and I'm not sure that I'm too worried about my opponent hitting with a 4. These get tricky though. This is a very non-standard position, so I think we can get toward winning with the hit, so I think we're going to try it. I don't know if I feel like I need to lift 3-2 yet when I can make the... I just want to remake the 8 so bad. That's why I want to hit really. I think I'll do that. We have to leave it direct no matter what. Even if we clean 17 to 13 up, the blot on the 8's going to be stuck. Not that Michael really wants to break that. Could just play 8-3 and make a point. Have a 5-point board. But yeah, it feels like it's closest to resolving the position, even though we're guaranteed to have one checker hitting the outfield pretty much. I don't know if any number misses. No, everything hits if you want it to. 4s? Double 4s misses. Oh, but he's on the roof. What am I talking about? So any entering 4 is going to miss. That's actually way less shots than you would think it is then. Since only 5... Like 3s are going to hit, 5-4 is going to miss, and then the rest of the 5s are going to hit. Okay. Probably still half the deck. This is another option. This only leaves one blot to deal with instead of the 2 that I had out there. Doesn't make the 8, so it's going to be really hard to clear the mid. But if your opponent does hit this blot as well, they've given up the bar point, which is the best point of contact with that midpoint, so it could help actually get towards home as well. I like this. Sometimes your opponent fans and you're happy. 5, yeah, must cover, I think. And then do we clean up a blot or try to, yeah, 17 to 15 allows that to pass with 6s now. The weird outfield 3 prime. You see that too often. Five, 4. Just gonna play all the way from the back to the board. I guess we could 5-1 and 5-3 way. Why? Oh, no shots. That's a good idea. We could park on the 9 too and play 8-3. I'm not sure that plays any better. But 0 shots is pretty good. 1-4. Maybe he's gonna go for no extra shots again. Even though I guess a lot of them are going to be, not a lot of them. 5-3 is duplicated. 5-1 is not. But I'm not sure we need the structural purity. Maybe 6-2 is still nice. Hitting with the 4-1 is a blunder. I think I'm finding that play. Do people know when people walk up immediately behind me? Yeah, I think I noticed it on the camera. It's kind of cool. I feel like it gives you guys a feel for the playroom. That's what it's like around. I think I favor the safe play here, but I don't know. These are all very difficult. Easy to make a lot of mistakes here. It's Lila behind me with some mild interest in this game. Maybe rooting for the person on the bar about to lose the match potentially right here. 3-1. And a 5 or a 6 is going to be pretty much lights out. Yeah, double 4s works. 1-2, I'm not sure if it helps to advance. You get 4s and 5s to play as your 6s are blocked. Yeah, so less crackers. So I think 14 to 13 you'll find. And then, of course, 4-2 is going to be part of it. Why would we do this? Okay, so the issue he does this create anything less? This is still a 5-2 can play safe. Okay. 4-2. I don't know. I'm not sure why he does this. I like the other nice little tactical thing. 4-1 still makes it around. Okay. 4-1 was nice either way. Probably better distribution the other way. But very comparable. Double fours as requested. Is it in time? Oh, okay. Sorry. You got to be more specific, I think. And that's going to be the match. Okay. Doing it very efficiently, Chris Trencher, in 2 games. Just a quick 8 cube and then a Crawford game.
I probably wouldn't have had the balls to play the right 4-1 there if Gammon's mattered.
Well, I don't know why you come up one more. I didn't know he had the plot.
All right, I'm sure I'll get an update from Tara soon about what's going on next, but we're just flying through it, and whatever makes sense to throw on stream, whatever matches are coming up, we'll probably get on there. So more backgammon action to come for sure. Should have people on commentary all day too, me for a lot of it. Eventually I'll have to play a match with someone. But yeah, this is fun. That was a good match. Exciting. 8 cubes are always a blast. Well, we're up to 170 now. New record, I think. I'm going to go chat with Tara. I'll be right back. Tara. If I say both, I'm right sometimes.
That will probably be the last time in my life I don't know what he does. I can't.
That whole game.
That last game was crazy. You know, the funny thing is that 4-1, I literally might have chickened out. Because when he, you know, when I hit the 4,
I think it might have been a blunder.
It might have been a blunder with Gams.
That's what I liked it because, well, actually before that, that's why I didn't like reading the 8 of the 4s. You just need it, you know, to get on. And I'm not sure no one commented on that. Someone.
Yeah, but that might have been the way those positions play out. When a guy has a desk, you can scramble home. And the way he controls that position is hit him and he never comes in. I mean, interboard points matter.
Yeah. No,
what is he?
It's just 5 checkers to still bring down.
I know, but I have to scramble that home. Is to hit him and he doesn't come in.
It could be. Yeah, the 4-1, that was my play for sure. I'm making it 2 because I just want.
I finally decided what Gammons don't count. This has to win. Okay. I mean, this might be a blunder.
Oh, sure. We can come talk about it if you want to hear us. Do we have another match coming up, Tara?
Yeah. I'm trying to.
You don't know yet? That's fine.
It's going to be round of 8. John O'Hagan, Steve Sachs.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Do you need a break?
I'm doing okay. I need to check in. Is Jonah still in the main and everything? At some point, I need to play a super jackpot match with Jonah.
Well,
so.
we can always stream that.
Yeah, right. So I'd probably make coffee before I do it too.
Okay, you want to go on break for like 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'll do that. That
Okay,
sounds good.
We'll do that.
Yeah, we'll chat about it.
Do you want me to take over the stream?
Yeah. Wait, you're still in, so you gotta play
absolutely,
more
I have to
matches.
play
Yeah. We'll figure that out.
All right, I can give you a break.
Okay. But yeah, actually, I was really interested by the 4-1 at the end there, too. I thought having non-cracking 4s and 5s and being blocked on 6s was good. So I wanted to advance 14-13. But what did you find that kept you from doing it? You had like 1,000 4-1s. That's funny. You had a 4-1 where you got...
Yeah.
No, it was a 2-1. It was a 2-1. Yep. Yeah.
That 4-1, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
Where,
It could be. I didn't see anyone say for sure.
okay, now look, if I'm in like if it's a score sensitive position, particularly if I'm in Gammon's save, okay, that could be a massive blunder.
Mhm.
But in this situation where Gammons don't count, I'm just losing my free drop. Okay,
Yeah.
it has to be.
Yeah.
Because sometimes he just stays out and I make the point he doesn't commit to 5-4. Okay, I mean,
Yeah. No, it's...
it's basically like, you know, he's gonna fan and I'm gonna cover this 30% of the time, and that's like 30% of the time that I can see daylight, that I can't see daylight at all the other way.
Totally. Yeah. I'm with you. That's
Okay.
fine.
So,
Well, good luck to you, Chris. All right. I'm on break. Oh, yeah. It does sound better right on the mic. Sorry. We were just like having an honest conversation there. But I'll be back. Talk to y'all later.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a typical thing, and there was literally like a difference out here.
Yeah. And I'm trying to count.
There was literally a difference. Everything else was the same, but there was this. And,
Yeah, yeah.
And,
Check.
and that, they just like fits.
Yeah,
And there are a lot of positions where it's super easy to get.
yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I gotta get better. Saturday night.
Okay, we're ready?
Starbucks had 100 people lines. What? No, they have like 100 people. So, mobile. Oh, too late. Oh, that's you.
It goes well with my board. Not so much with this.
With this actually nothing, but it's not
It'll be
really.
all right.
Okay. We'll try and see how it goes. Too much. Oops.
So you just hit with a one checker. So you just hit with one checker and then so it's just called whatever. You know, I tend to hit. So that would be a 24, and this would be a 6.
Anyway, so it was a great experience. No, but I really have no idea. Yeah. A year or two. I don't know. I think that's my watermark for the UBC. We're like so much. Yeah. Last time I used a roller bar, it was called Snow.
It may not matter when you get it. You know that?
Is Arena or Roberto within your distance? Roberto or Arena?
round of 36 matches is college actually happens. If it's a split number, obviously it's not.
He actually has another play that's not
Sorry. Could have shown a little.
all of that. You really should call the director about that. It's not. Clear out. Hey, you would have won that, so that's fine.
Here, Mr. College, here, Mr. College.
You guys are like clones? Is that what you're saying? Like, interchangeable? That would have been. Jill would have been. You can find close out.
By 6'3". Yeah, he's wanted up.
Start keeping on the body.
All right, let's find out.
Yeah.
What's up? Because, I mean, I'm.
Another lady said she was playing the winner. Okay, no problem.
Wow. So what do you do with the 5-2? You play for those are nice.
And I just walked away. Little did he know, he almost came back.
Oh, so that's
So I played
I'm now playing, so you can do it quiet.
Okay, then we'll put Ed at his table because that's his table.
Yes, Gunter. Yes.
I just said. You're absolutely right. I try and get it right. It sucks. Okay, so what for? She's popped up on the scene.
This is Carrie, right?
Corey, you caught me, Corey. Sorry. So can I borrow one of these? Oh, I did.
You can tell her on my team. I said you can tell her on my team.
She's so perfect.
I would need basically 3 double singles. I'm not gonna waste it. Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you. Good luck with that. No, it was not. And plus, I stole it. Sleight of hand. No, because I would not allow it. Because it has your name on it. I passed that one. Unfortunately, I danced. Go get it.
I told you my game was containing that. Son of a bitch. Likely not. Which you deserve.
Very nice.
Yeah, you just put this there.
That's mine.
Like failed, do it big.
You should wear this jacket and make it charm. Yeah, right. But mine was a little more orange than the one that you had. No, this is a little more red. I think. Yeah, you did like
I was just helping. Just helping.
No, he doesn't.
Big number. Thomas, right?
So am I.
That'll help them.
Anywhere between 30 to 20%. So could have been that's not your I just want to know like if I missed one before that.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. Yeah, like I think I missed it when I was playing on the game. But I was behind
Right, well, no, that's why I think I six. That definitely did not
Give you the full experience, maybe you don't want you to feel slighted in your
Just trying to help my friend. I don't think you saw that years ago.
When I came up with
Honestly, I stopped counting when I started. That race I'm not sure. You have left one or not? I thought about it. Just in case I forgot. Feels like I might not win this one. I wasn't supposed to wait. It's double take. Yeah, the take is clear. Oh, the take is clear. 118, 118, 118, yeah. Stop now.
Frank Ramya. Frank Ramya.
Well, I mean, it's really not. Maybe, John's right,
Much. How can you hit this? I mean, you have to give me one block. You can lose gammon. It's 8 points. It's cookie.
That's true. I didn't
Just,
think of that.
it's like a huge blunder.
Is it?
Like,
Well,
I
I
mean,
thought-
how can you give me second?
Yeah.
I mean, you give me the same amount of shots. If you
Yeah.
just.
Well, I was
close.
thinking if you miss.
No, but it's not about tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's
no,
about
I see
it's
that.
about dying losing the match.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
8 points is just that's what I want. I just couldn't believe my. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay.
Oops.
Gives you a badge. So is that the championship round? Championship division, that was a common round.
So you got me coming over.
Are you on break or are you done?
We're done. We're done. I won. Yeah.
You won?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
This is the
Me.
jackpot order.
I'm the best.
This is the jackpot order.